everybody, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work at Connect on Epiphany of Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please continue to look at underneath the video and the video uploads where you can see all the information. It's not there yet, but under all my videos is where you can find all the linky doodles and ways you can help me because yes, Allison sure does need that help. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. It's my portfolio. You get to see beautiful paintings. You get to see cute little pepperoonies. They're not up yet, but you get to see little cute animal portraits and cool things that I make, like pyramids and paint and sip paintings, business card holders. I got shells all over the place in artwork. They explode in patriotic fun. So go on over, and if you're interested in anything, please email me. I am almost done with the commission that I got commissioned to do, that watercolor with the lighthouse. I also have a flamingo I got to get done, and yay, more on the way. So please keep me busy. Holidays are coming up as fast as you think it is. So go check out that. In a few days, I will be adding a new tier to my channel, and I'm not expecting anybody to join it. But it's going to be 4 years I'm on this channel, 4 years. So why not go about life in the best ways possibles? And in a few days, sorry, I had to get a link to somebody. There might be a surprise in the chat. We'll see if that person um wants to enlighten us with their beautifulness. Yay. Um, 4D memberships, 3D memberships. You guys are going to get the same things. I am going to upload Oracle card readings. I'm going to see what happens this weekend. I'm going to get it done, but I just don't know when I'm going to upload it. Only because I'm going to the Gong Bath tomorrow, and then Paw-A-Palooza is on Sunday, and I have to go. So 4D is going to be, I am going to be working with Marine. I'm hoping if he wasn't feeling too good today. Hi, Miss Lisa. Hey, Blazing. Hi, I'll say hi to everybody. Well, I'll give you a little, so 3D, you guys get, Oracle card readings, and you get free entries into my raffles when I'm able to hold them. Now, 4D, Maureen is going to help me pretty much make a presentation and start the journey of what I want to do as a course, which is doing paint and not sips necessarily, but you can sip on, I got my coffee. But you'll be able to make some artwork, and it's not about what is what's the end result. It's about the process. It's about what's going on up here and just getting things out. And you don't need to be an artist. And there's different modalities and journaling and things that I want to incorporate. And Maureen's really good at putting things together. I've noticed. So he might help me put this together, and I want to put that as a 4D membership. Um, the course in its totality will be on a higher scale, but we're not there yet. I just want to get my ideas out and see what Maureen thinks and figure it out. But I do want to do a lot of that, but you guys will still get 3D and that stuff there. But that's like my 4-year anniversary, so why not? And if you want to contribute to helping me out, that'd be great. Now, hi everybody. Hi Ashmaya. Hi Charlene. Hi Scott. Hi Lisa and Greg. Hi Blazing. Who else did I miss? Did I miss anybody? Hi, baby Luigi. Hi, guys. Um, so yeah, last Friday I wasn't able to come on, and I want to thank everybody for just bearing with me. I thought I was gonna have like the weekend, like at least Sunday open to do a live, and it didn't work. Didn't happen. Did not happen. I was celebrating Sparky's birthday, uh, which was great. Me, Miss Dina, and Miss Sparky and Marine went to the park and we had fun on the swings. And oh boy, I got free dinner at the Olive Garden because of their ignorance. And it was really nice. I need this, by the way. I needed that. So there's a lot going on, and now I'm playing catch up, which the energy for me, we're gonna go into what's going on Schumann wise is wonky. And I feel very chaotic and not in the worst way, not in the best way. I'm like in a neutral position with my energy right now. I don't feel a soul pull to either polarity. I don't, but I do. And that's also hormones. Not gonna lie, the kids drove me crazy. I love my kiddos, but it was a really difficult week at work. It's only gonna get way worse next week. Way worse. And not in a bad, well, yeah, in a bad sense, but I have to find a lawyer. I have to find what kind of lawyer I need to look into. Because I just need my ass covered. And this is the same scenario as last year, but it's now like 10 times worse. Yeah. Or I need a new job and a career that actually pays. That would just be fantastic. And I'm putting myself out there and the door has not opened yet. There was supposed to be a door, didn't open. The only cool door that was sort of semi left a little crack was Jesse Blaze Snyder, that's Twisted Sisters, Dee Snyder's son, that I did an interview with Arnie and Janine last Sunday. That was phenomenal. Phenomenon. Do. Uh, that was an credible soul alignment. There are a lot of differences, believe it or not, but very much on the same page with a lot of stuff. Some other stuff I want to talk and go into a little bit this today because this is the things I'm picking up in the collective consciousness, the ether. We're still, let's check the Schumann before I get any further with my words. And if anybody did see my introductory fun, that is Edvard Munch Scream, The Existential Crisis. And I just made myself look cute with a gothic dress. But I'm not necessarily in an existential crisis. I feel a little better today. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little eh, look at that. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. If you're tired or you're super high energetic, expialidocious, that is why. Um, that's why. We are at now, this is a first for a long time. The frequencies are at 8.09. That's banana nut high. Do 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 do. Banana high. Do 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 do. Phenomenal. That's very high frequency. So a lot of us are feeling it in many different ways. You can feel it in the body, you can feel it in your soul, you can feel it. Everybody's feeling it differently. I know the sleep is a problem for so many people. I know that just overall feelings emotionally, we're still purging, we're still getting rid of our third dimensional paradigm. And I listened to the Dark Chosen One video today. I know Scott reposted it. I got to listen to a little bit eating my just snack. I was very depleted when I got out of work today. On my feet all day, running around like a crazy person, and I needed a snack. So I listened to that for a little bit, and I mean, we all know we're being tested, but are you getting wrapped up in the outside shit show going on in your political theater near you? Hang on. Okay. Sorry. Oh, there's been a lot of rainbows. A lot of them. Hi, Catherine. Yeah, so let's get into it. I did a quantum AI and metaphysical ponderings video yesterday. I was not necessarily in a state. My body was in a lot of pain yesterday. I thankfully underneath here. Yeah, this is what I wore to work today. A little official. How cute am I? Um, I got jeans on. Gotta look semi-professional when you go to work. I got my magnesium spray, put it on my feet. Was shifting back and forth like a crazy madman yet yesterday during the video. Um, oh, well, that's amazing. That's amazing. I love rainbows. We didn't have any, I haven't had rain here, and I am very hesitant. My grass definitely needs to be mowed. Now, here's the thing, guys. I was gonna actually I zoomed home, but it was stupid, ridiculously hot here for October 3rd. Yes, Indiana has the summer, spring, fall, and winter in one not in one day. We get that a lot, but currently it is 86 degrees and it was a high of 90. There was no Allison mowing the lawn, even if it's just my front. That wasn't happening today. Too hot, humid. They are seeding the sky here, so I don't know where it's seeding to. If the wind is going to pick up and go to the East Coast, I'm not sure. But Indiana is usually that point of because you got the Lake Michigan right there, and then the jet stream carries that out, and then everybody else has fucked up weather. Yay! So we haven't had rain in in a hot minute. Um, which I'm fine with. I don't not like the rain, but it's too hot. It needs to cool the F down. Too hot here. I was going to do the grass, but and I know that Marine hasn't been feeling too hot. He works overnight and he's like, I was up all like his night going to sleep is during the day, and he's like, I wasn't having it. Um, so I'm probably gonna end up going there later so that he could set me up with his his techie shit so that I can do this presentation. If I'm presenter at my professional development at work, I am doing expressive therapeutic art. So all that is in layman's terms is art therapy. I can't claim it because I am not a therapist. I could do spiritual life coach, that I can, but I want to do more on the art approach and just introduce it to the staff, but I got to make that look like phenomenal $1 million. So Maureen is going to help me do that. Or his computer programming stuff is. He's stupid smart. Um Mr. Engineer. He's smart. So he'll hook me up as he's feeling better. I don't know. So the chaotic energy happening. As I was on with Jesse and Arnie, I was getting a lot of channeling happening. I was getting a lot of uploads and downloads, and the last couple of days I've been feeling very churny. I don't know if that's even a thing, but I'm integrated. So my demon and my angel made some love, and they're fluttering in vibration just harmoniously within my divine neutral self. Yes, demons are very negative, or they're there to actually aid you on your ascension journey. We have to stop categorizing, labeling, and assuming the program. I got more clarity last night as I was doing I'm getting, what am I picking up? What am I trying to say? And as they're spitfiring at me. The demons, the demons, not all of them are evil, and we all created them. We all create them constantly, and some of them are created to test us, not in a negative way. A test may feel and seem in this third dimensional sense horrible, evil. The devil's out to get me, but the devil is God. Why do I say that? Make it make sense. If we're all one and God said, let there be, and there comes the subatomic particles and everything fell into matter so we can be in a form, then Satan is a creation that we programmed into the matrix. Satan is just a paradigm. It is just something out of contrast. So we got to look at the expansive viewpoint, not the biblical, not what you've been programmed, and take it the leap and a back forward. Go, woo! And then look, there are negative things that will affect you and others, and that is not of the positive polarity, it is of the negative. There are some demons that are gray, meaning they're neutral. They're here to help you. You put them in your path to help you spiritually. Soul lessons, whatever needs to happen for you, it's going to come and tempt you and aid and abet you and suck you in because it's testing you. It's not negative. It's there to aid you. Now, let's caveat this. Hi, Ivy. Let's caveat this. What's going on in the outside world? A whole plethora of crazy shit. Hi, Miss B. How are you, sweetheart? I have two high school students that come in and hang out in my room. I really love them. They are phenomenally hysterical. Hi, Henry. I will get into the failing the test. Give me a second. And what I brought up, Yeah, Scott, I will give you an interesting reason why. And it's not what everybody's thinking. These girls were talking about political stuff like that certain corporations are enforcing something like with racism and stuff. And I said to the girls, I'm like, I'm going to ask you a question because one is biracial and one happens to be African American. And I said to the girls, I was like, can I ask you a question? Sure. Are you human? Yeah. I'm human, right? Yeah, that I know of. Okay. So what species are we? Human. Oh, okay. Just checking. They're like, why? I'm like, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And I'm like, if you go into these stores, which I go in all the time, I have never seen someone being kicked out of a store because of the color or the tone of their skin. And I said, if you causing a ruckus and you're looking for trouble, yeah, then you're going to get kicked out. But not because you walked in and you're the wrong, they want your money. So why would they kick you out? And I'm like, you got to take a step back and ask yourself what makes sense and what you're being projected at on the news on, and it's both sides, the deception in the whole nine yards. So I want to know, I asked the girls honestly, I'm like, have you ever been to a place that people are just getting kicked out because of their skin color? And I said, I'm gonna be like honest, I lived in New York, never happened. If you're stealing, no matter what color you are, you're getting called the cops on. If you are making a scene and you might have a pew pew in your pocket, you're going to have the cops called on you. That's just human nature that's getting you kicked out of the store, not because you're a certain color or your hair color is pink. It shouldn't matter, you human being. You're a human being. Human. Now, to get to what happens if you keep failing your tests. That be there is no necessarily failing or passing tests because all is supposed to serve a purpose for your soul. You as a individual personality in this vehicle might not comprehend what your tests are or how to pass them. I don't know how to pass my tests until after I get confirmation from upstairs. Oh, congratulations. That fucked up thing, the bullet coming through my house and almost killing me. That stray bullet that went through my house. That was a test. My relationship with Marine is a test. All the shit financially, the moving to from New York to Indiana, all of that stuff was test. So far, I'm alive. Am I perfect? Absolutely not. Do I know why things are still stalemate in my life and I still can't seem to push past that shit? I don't know. That's all a test. I have to persevere, right? We all have different tests. We all orchestrated it together. There's necessarily no failing. You might not be aware, and it might take years for you to become aware of what that lesson was that you learned. But how would you know if you continuously are failing at something? If you know that you're failing at something, then you know how to fix it. If you keep looping in the same spiral, you're not merging up with the higher dimensional spaces, your highest self, you're not merging and leaping into new paradigms. That's because something in your subconscious is holding you where you are. That's a problem that I also have, and I'm working on consciously through doing my artwork and doing other modalities of things because my subconscious is what creates my reality. You individually create your reality. Collectively, as a whole, we are all here and we all created it together. Just your individual shit. Like Charlene made me this flamingo. It was her creation, but she sent it to me. Now it becomes a part of my creation. I created that painting. You don't have that, but I do. Unless I send it to you, then you have a part of me in you. I'm trying to make that make sense. I'll tell you guys in a minute. My heart, warm and fuzzies. So I gave Maureen to borrow Reconstructing Reality by Suzanne Lai. And he has more time on his hands than I do because I'm always physically working and he just sits and does his little magical stuff at night. Um, he asked me if he can highlight in my book, and I'm like, go for it. It's your ego and your subconscious. You are in, and this is like a what this is, we're gonna get there. We're working on it. We're getting there. It's a big, it's big, it's big, big, big. I need a coffee there. In the collective consciousness, we wrote the political stuff, we wrote the spiritual stuff, each of us are going to ascend differently, meaning some of us are going to transcend in terms of physical death. Some of us might have a powder moment or have a moment and we ripple into existence itself energetically. We do this all the time, but some of us might do it on a bigger scale. Some of us might be able to hold on to the threads that are entangled to us that keep us here a way longer than we want, or maybe that we signed up for. Everybody's paradigm is going to be different. Everybody's reality is going to be different. But what is consistently the same is that we all together now wrote this together. That's why many of us in this chat, all of a sudden, had a feeling that we didn't need the information anymore. We didn't need the carrot on the stick. We didn't need to be told shit's going down on October 17th, everybody. Oh my God, the Supreme Court. Oh my God, 47, 45 to 47, da, 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 da. You know what? It doesn't even serve me anymore because that still isn't putting food on my table. It isn't paying my bills, and it is making things still drag out when I already inside my heart space know the truth. So you know what? It's not in my reality anymore. Yeah, I listen to the buzzings because I'm still an empath at the end of the day. I'm still absorbing a lot of other people's energy because my field is debris, and many of you are as well. I don't care how many times you take the sage or how many, I look how many pyramids I have behind me. They're all like high vibing. All the gems in my house, all that stuff isn't going to protect my field when I go outside and go to work and get stuff in my field. It's there. Sometimes it takes days to ground that stuff away from me. But that's also all of you are having the same problem right now. We are still purging self, old paradigm, old existence, because change is coming. Change for many of us is here already. It's a slow walk because we're waiting and slowly integrating the mitochondrial downloads, uploads from the galaxy to the earth. We're getting our uploads. You have your hi Barbara. You have your ascension symptoms. You have pains in the bodies. You feel time is like and then you feel like fuck. It only passed a minute and it felt like an hour. So time is doing this warpy wompy thing, right? Time is doing this for everybody. And some of us, it's like full speed ahead constantly, where I'm having moments where I'm like, wait a second, it's only this time. Why? And then all of a sudden it so everybody's experiencing different energy levels at different times and different paces during the day. You're feeling this because things are still being written, the changes are still happening, and everything is trying to get into an orchestration of divinity. Now, this is where a lot of our problems are coming in. Why do I still to this day feel stalemated? Because divinely orchestrated events and potentialities, not everything happens, hasn't come in alignment yet because everything outside is going ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Right. And here's the thing about that. It affects us how we react to it. Um, we are I'm going to address Lisa as Lisa and Greg because I know both of you do listen and you both of you are amazing. So I love you both. Um, we all miss you, by the way. Even though you're in the ninja background, Miss Lisa, we miss you. And I trust me, if I had what you guys had, I'd be happy as a pig in shit. But I don't know. Hi. Oh, hi, El Sunray. I don't know how anybody else is feeling. If you're feeling this energy, time really, 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 and then like slowing down at certain parts of your life, like what is going on with you guys? I know for me, it's bananas. It's October 3rd. What? What? Miss Allie needs to get her shit together because I am still financially fucked. I'm not as bad because I'm back at work. So like I can feed myself very carefully. Thanks to my boyfriend, Mr. Marine, he's been helping me. I just applied for energy assistance. That took 2 hours of my life. Um, it's so annoying. They make you download all this stuff, so I had to go and download and go over here and go get my pay stubs and go blah, 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 blah. He's trying to help me like save money, save. Uh, Obviously the relationship is too fresh. I am here to save myself. I don't need him to step in. I would like for him at one point, if it convenes and everything works out, to help me in bigger ways. But right now, like what he's doing is fantastic for me, and I'm not complaining. But I don't want to be somebody that is reliant on somebody else. I should be able, at this age of my stage in life, to be able to handle myself. Um, that's something that, the summer for me was extremely rough because I wasn't working. I applied to 50 jobs, no one was hiring me. I did everything I could to sell my artwork and to just keep pumping videos out and do what I can and what I was able to think of to sell some stuff out of my house and just to make it by. And I got to really pick up the pace and pick up the slack because next year, if I'm not having another job, I don't know how I'm surviving because I depleted myself and I'm saving what I can, but it's still not good enough, you know. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not asking people to like I'm not obviously I'm not going out and buying a car. I do need one, but badly. But I'm not asking for I just my property taxes, I they might start putting a lien on my house and kicking me out. That's where I'm at with that. I'm trying to just make it by. My phone is about to take a shit. Uh I'm looking for a phone. I invest in my phone. So if I'm gonna get a phone, it's not gonna be a shitty one. Because this phone is already 8 years old. It's old. But I make my shit last. I take good care of what I have. So if I'm gonna put in an investment, I'm gonna make a good one. What is going on? Hang on. Miss Jeannie needs an email. I love Miss Jeannie. I see Miss Jeannie on Saturdays when I'm able to say hi to everybody. Yeah, I know, one day at a time, and that's what I've been doing. It was nice getting out this weekend, last weekend and just having some time with Dina and Renee, and that was really, really fun. We got a lot, just I don't Dina's like my own, and Dina and Ivy here are the only people here physically that I can go out and say, "Hey, Ivy, are you free? Let's go for coffee." But I haven't been free. And if it wasn't for Sparky coming out, I would have probably like kept going and did my presentation, worked on my presentation. I have the fourth course I haven't touched in a month. Yes, I have three courses I did online for free, and I'm on a fourth one that I haven't touched. I want to get that done. I have a book I need to read. Like, there's a lot going on in my life. Um, I don't like adulting. But with all these energies going on, it's very rough to know, and this is what's going to lead into what Scott was mentioning earlier. When you are meditating, when you are channeling, when you are getting divine advice, what you think is divine advice, is it? I know, Ivy. It's not without a lack of effort, girl. And I'm also, just for you guys on awareness, I am training for a remote job. It's a startup business. I don't know when, if I get paid, when I get paid. I am training. There's going to be some work I do during the week that might take me off my schedule again until everything kind of normalizes itself with this startup. And if the startup actually produces and has some success and there is um some weight to it, I might be able to get some of you in. For the moment, I'm just testing the waters with it because every time I do these things, I get fucked. But I'm actually being made something on a higher scale so that I have to do some work and I'm getting trained for it. So it's taking me away also from other things. So I want people to understand that um, it's a bitch right now. It's a big bitch. But something that crossed my mind and that something one of the videos made things make a little bit more sense verbally for me. Spiritual ego. There are people, unbeknownst to them, that have the best will of intention and the best intentions. And what Scott was implying earlier, hi, Walter, that his spirit guides told him to stop watching a certain show was definitely something that a couple of people did raise some eyebrows with me. Like, oh, you seem very excited, and I'm not the one being interviewed. I'm just a guest. I'm just taking it in, but it's nice and refreshing to hear somebody that sounds like me, that is talking Allison language. And it's not, I'm not claiming it to be mine. I'm just making it make sense to you guys that this guy sounds very much similar to me, a little different, but there are some things that some people picked up on. And I talked, like, messaged him afterwards. Yeah, there's a couple of things there that I'm noticing also with others, not just him. That's coming out in the ethers right now. I know a lot of you listen to a whole plethora of people, spiritual wise, and I want you guys to let me know if you're hearing the same thing with the people that you listen to. Spiritual ego. Spirituality is an expansion. Ascension is an expansion. What I knew 4 years ago when I started the channel is way highly expanded now. And at some points back then, I was in ignorance with some of the things and how I phrased them. Not because they were wrong, just because it was from a limited low vibrational point. Even if it is high vibing, like in my intention, putting it out there, the concepts were micro mini on the small scale. Now that I've done a crap ton of inner work, went through really difficult experiences and integrated them, not just go through them, but now understand them, integrate them, walk them, emote them, and now embrace them, transmute the negative into a positive, that takes time and that might take years. It's not one ayahuasca trip and you got the universe at your hands. That's not how that works. And if it works for that one or five people that has happened to, great. But and like I said, just because I read these books behind me, there's a lot of them there. Not all of them do I heart align with, and there are concepts in every book that I'm like, oh, that aligns with me, but not everything aligns with me. And I'm not gonna falsify or walk in inauthenticness to say, well, that everything in that book is right. There is no right and there is no wrong. It's perception. And if someone wants to perceive that they're the very first soul that's walked sixth density, bullshit. My higher self walked into this vehicle in 2017 at 6.5 density. You're infinite. Does it matter what density you are? Because you're infinite. You're with source right now. You are a celestial. You are the blade of grass in first density. You are the rock. You are the planet. You are the cosmos. You are all things. You're just not aware of it because you're consciously aware in here in this vehicle. Your soul is everything in fractal form. Little itty bitty pieces of you are in certain things. Yes. Each and every one of us has a specific mission, and we have a specific frequency key that we're going to do it in. But there might be 25 other people around the world that I'm not aware of that has the same concept, the same idea that I have with that invention that I mentioned a few weeks ago, that I want a machine that reads our fields. That's voltage. I want something to read how much electricity is soaring through my body at all times. I want to know what my frequency is in a calm state to a meditative state. I and you can do that if you go and get your head monitored, but I want my whole body. My heart is the electromagnetic field, but I want to know when I'm out and about what my frequency does and my resonance. I want a machine for that. There might be 25 other people that pick that out of the ether. I don't care if I make that claim. I don't want to get famous off of it. I want the machine. I want it to work. I think it's going to help people. If they're telling you that you have to raise your frequency to get to whatever you want to entangle to, let's say, for me, I want to entangle myself to that higher self of Allison, who is already married, has a beautiful house, that has a career that is impacting humanity, and that I'm doing my mission as God orchestrated me to do. If I can achieve that and entangle that, what frequency does my body need to hold in order to collapse that wave function to manifest in 3D? It's not easy to just say, oh, raise your vibes, raise your frequency, raise your vibes, raise your frequency. Because for some of us, it's more technical than just raising your vibes. You have to get into states. It's not just about raising your vibe, it's getting into a state and being coherent in that state. And it could be a fleeting state, or it could be, I need to hold this for a long time. How would you know if you don't have something to read that from you, from you? I could go and get a machine that feeds me healing frequencies. But if I don't know my own frequency, how do I know that my body is not already harmoniously at 528, at 174? How do I not know that that's already naturally occurring in me? You wouldn't know. You would only know because you're putting the machine on and you're tuning it to what you feel like you need. Well, what happens if you go into your frequency and go, oh, fuck, I'm already here, but I want to get here. Okay, so I'm going to put that dial on a different frequency because I already am at this one. Let me get this one. Does that not make sense? Make it make sense. I'm trying to make it make sense. Hi, Amy. Hi, Auntie Amy. I got home and little Thor came. I came home and I opened up the door to see if the food was there from this morning, and it was gone. I'm like, yay. And then I saw his little face pop out and I'm like, little Thor, come. And little Thor got some food. Oh my God. Miss Amy yesterday, when I was doing my AI and meditative um metaphysical ponderings, showed me the picture of this big ass tarantula spider in her bathroom. Poor girl. That's right, Charlene. And that's something that I'm a very humbled and gracious person, and sometimes I don't feel like I sound that way, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I am a first or that I'm a this, because you're all one. When I say that I've incarnated 28,628 lives, that just means in a physical form. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm in infinite. I am infinite. What I'm talking about is the age of how many times I've came down into polarity, into a form, into a vehicle to have expression so God can know itself. That's it. My teacher just messaged me. She's like, Allison, you gotta do this. You get 10% off. Sold. Um, so yeah, we gotta really take into consideration when people are out there talking and they're talking their experience and then they start putting the ego involved, it might be unconscious. I'm not gonna lie. Because when I was listening to this person, he had really good frequency, really good resonance, but there's still an ego. I have gone through a few ego deaths, not just one. There's not the one and done. An ego death is just like Dark Night of the Soul. It's just like shadow work. It's a continued loop that never ends because you're always getting rid of distortion in your field. You're always healing a trauma that you didn't even know that you even had. You're deprogramming yourself out of 3D. That's a process. And it doesn't matter how old you were in a physical capacity. How many past lives have you lived in third dimension? You're getting, it's lifetimes. You're getting rid of those things. Sparky! Hi, darling. Hi, Barbara. Hi, you beautiful people. You guys, for the most part, know the very essence of we're going to make it. We know that this process, this healing process, takes for Sandlot forever. It doesn't end until we merge back with the infinitude that is source. That is the all that is. Whatever label your human brain can equate to God, it's a process in every density we jump to. The tests will get harder. The tests will get more vicious until we see it. And why are we doing all of this in third dimension? Why do we choose the human essence, the planet Earth, this time of now to go through this? Because the ascension isn't all about light, it's about harmonizing the dark and the light and bringing it into unity. Guess what? If you're only focused on light, you're not taking account your shadow. I have the see you next Tuesday aspect of my life and myself. I'm a brutal bitch. I will give it to you straight, and it's going to suck because it's out of love. That hurts, but it's still out of love. It's tough love. That is my shadow. My shadow needs to exist in the third dimension. What many of us know how to do is take our suffering and our pain and the trauma that we've experienced and the hard times and the hard lessons and alchemize it to make it into light. But in order for you to do that, you have to not ignore that you have a shadow and that you have a dark side. That doesn't mean it's evil. It doesn't mean it just means that you're not perfect. And in order for you to change your reactions and to master your mind, you need to take into account that you have those aspects in yourself. Your personality that runs this vehicle has those aspects in you. And ignoring them isn't going to heal you. It's going to put an ego on your spirit and go, well, I'm a light being. Love and light, everybody. I'm the first, and I'm a this, and I'm a guru, and I'm a that, and I have a course, and I have a this, and I have a that, and that's always sounding like you are aggrandizing the system, that you have good intentions. You do. Most people do. From my standpoint, I would like to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But there are people out there that are, they know not, and they're in the lower frequencies, and they're just here to, as a test, to keep you where you are. Because you know why? Most of us are stupid, ridiculously dangerous. We are divergent to the system. We are the catalyst for the rewiring of the structure itself. I can't do it by myself. It needs to be all of us that were orchestrated and appointed for this. I'm not alone. Like I said with the archangels, I'm not alone. I am not the only one running these things in my system. Multiple millions of people are. They're not aware of it. You have to be in awareness. When I say that I have archangels, I am an archangel. That's not coming from an egotistical spot. That's coming from, I know thyself. And I know myself to a higher capacity. It's a burden in a fucking half to know what you are, to remember where you come from. And that's not just from one spot. That's from multiple places. That's from billions of places. If you look at the multiverse in the many worlds interpretation, and this is a Dolores Cannon thought too. She took a little bit out of this. The major choice you didn't make is playing out somewhere else. Now, this is the time where all those yous out there, my New Yorker is disappearing and I don't like it. The yous out there, they're all merging back into this body. And each time another you merges back into this vehicle, this is what we chose, we have to heal it. So healing doesn't just end because you had one ego death. Ego is in so many ways and so many facets on so many levels. You can't just have one and done, and it's a forever thing. Healing is a forever task. The more you practice, the better you get, the more you're in awareness to how to change your mind in the moment, the better you can heal. That doesn't mean you escape your catalysts, your lessons. That doesn't mean you get to escape them. That just means you're at the level of mastery where it's not going to affect you as much. We're still human. We came to do this in third dimension, and the hardest place to do it because we feel the most in third density. We feel. When you hear about the other side and people who have transcended come down and talk through a medium, oh, I feel so much lighter. This is one of the most famous words from spirit, period. I feel so much lighter. I feel the infinite love. The music here is next level. You're not in a dense form, but that doesn't mean that they don't have learning and teachings up there on each level too. They do. And it's harder for them than it is for us, believe it or not. It takes us a shorter amount of time once we have this down pat in our brains to get as much healing and as much transmutation and as much learning as we possibly can now. Merging it all within ourselves now. Why? I don't care how old you are. Doesn't matter. When we pass away, when we transcend our energy, that will shoot us up even quicker to the higher realms. We are given an advantage that, and this is an experiment, but we have been given an advantage that other races, species, galactic systems, we are the divinity. Most of us came to volunteer. Therefore, we did this work already. We're just refining it and coming back and going, okay, let's go. How much bullshit can I pack in this life so that instead of going to 5 or 6, oop, I'm going back home. I don't have to get stuck in places I've already been and have mastered. We came back to clean the slate once and for all. And then it'd be up to you and your soul to choose to come back here, to choose to come back in another form, 4D, 5D, 6D. You might come back as you want to come back for another third dimensional thing. Let no one judge you. It's up to you and your soul because you're infinite. You're on all dimensions, all densities. You're just not an awareness of it. You're already there. Bashar, if you listen to Bashar, many things that I agree and don't agree with Bashar. One thing I do agree with Bashar on is that you are already in spirit. I am already a light being, and I'm aware of my light being. I'm already aware of the angelic self. I am already aware, but not everybody is just yet. I can't prove it to you. You have to take my word or not. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Yes, Charlene. We already did this already, and we wrote this specifically. Whether you agree with that storyline or not, I don't agree with it anymore, but I'm okay with it because that's what my soul chose to experience. I chose to experience this story. All of you chose to say the same thing. And no matter how you perceive what that story is, we chose it because this is where we're getting the most lessons, learnings, experience in, so we don't have to come back. Yes, Ashmaya. And what I'm noticing, and I love how synchronistic all of you are because this is like segueing my thinking. I love it. We were told to not absorb, that we were the active observers. In quantum mechanics, your reality is affected by how you observe it. For example, I wake up in a shitty mood, and we have those days. We all do. And the law of attraction starts happening because my field of energy that's outside of me is going, she's being a feisty one today. Let's test her out and see if she's going to be that feisty firecracker or she's going to calm her ass down. So instead of just saying I'm attracting crap into my life, it's not that. I'm attracting lessons into my life. I'm attracting what I need to make sure that I healed or that I need more healing. That flat tire, that missed light, now I'm late to work. All those things are just tests. If you are somebody that takes everything literally and to heart, you're going to cause yourself a burnout and you're going to collapse. Oh, my soul is fried. I'm fried. I think, what did I say this morning? Oh, someone was talking about air fryers and empanadas, and I'm like, well, I'm a fried empanada that just blew up in the the crock pot or the air fryer, whatever it was we were talking about. I'm like, I'm done. I'm exhausted. I noticed that I'm picking up in the field the extreme part of the political divide. It's beyond the hate and the shame. It's that people still are not seeing the thing that it's a program. Get yourself out of it. It's okay to observe it. It's okay to watch. It's not okay to absorb it and to make it your reality because you're only going to halt your progress. You have to observe your reality in order to entangle the better aspects that you want. You have to change your field. This is why that machine is so important. You have to change your residence. Yes, we're on a wavelength every day of emotions, right? I'm at that phase in my life that I'm going through extreme hormonal changes. And there's days that I want to snap somebody's neck because of how, like, get 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 on the program, girl. Like, and then there's other days where I'm like, whatever. I'm not gonna let this bother me. And we shift based off the wavelength that we're on. There's ups and downs. The mastery comes in on, okay, now I know I feel like a bitch today. How am I going to turn that bitch? I can still be the bitch, but how do I refine it? How do I transmute that energy? You have to put boundaries up, and that could come across as being a bitch or an asshole, whatever. You got to be able to look at your circumstances and say, okay, how can I react better? How can I not let this rent space in my head? Because it's worth not, if it's not putting food on your table, it's not paying your 3D bills, and it's not making you happy, it's not going to go away by not thinking about it. But how can you circumvent it? How can you go around it? Hey, I can't pay my property taxes. Do you think that's on my mind every day? Do you think I stress about shit like that? I used to. It used to be the detriment of my life that I was late on a bill. Now I could care less. It gets paid when it gets paid. It's not because I don't want to pay it. It's just because I don't have it. So I can't give you something I don't have. Charlie, most of us have. I know that there's a big chunk of my life when I was being spiritually I was ripped apart spiritually 14 years ago. And I came back into this life to learn love. More on the romantic end because in a lot of my lives I have lived, I had some messed up, horrible relationships that traumatized me, and I made choices out of fear and not out of love. And all to know that I wasn't in awareness that I was making those choices out of fear. I made them because I kept myself safe. Now I am being asked to heal and transmute and move on and actually have a successful relationship. And we're still working on it day to day, hashtag day to day. Nothing is perfect in this world, but that's a theme that I chose to explore to heal in this lifetime. That was my most detrimental one. And it's not because I'm not a lover. I love with everything in my being. I really do. I wouldn't be here if I didn't love you guys. It literally love. I had to learn how to love myself, and loving yourself is creating boundaries. And sometimes your boundaries are crossed as a test. I know I'm going to be tested again very soon. And that might just be the pot that tips over and doesn't get refilled again. We'll see. Right. And that's the process we have. And this is a part of the paradigm that I know you guys know, but a lot of people don't. Another thing that Bashar, talks about is the things you prefer and the things that you don't prefer. How do you know what you prefer if you don't experience things that you don't like? It's contrast. I have an object. I have an object. I have negative space. I'm going to fill in these spaces. Okay, but if I don't have light and dark, how would you see the dogs? All the variants of gray, all the fine details. How would you be able to see the dogs if everything was just bright light? You would not. We need the darkness that we all are trying to dispel and alchemize is the worst of the worst. We need those contrasts. We need evil to exist, not because we want bad things to happen to people, because those experiences and those catalysts are there to help us move on up. And that's Lisa and Greg, that's something that is not an easy thing to, and it did take me some time to pull back and to say, well, if God is everything, God said, let there be. That means every negative polarized entity, the devil itself is God. There's nothing outside of God. It's all of it. God is playing two polarities, not to punish you, to advance you. And that's not easy to take inside your heart space when personal shit happens to you that you're like, left field, fuck. How do I navigate through this? Because the things that we get thrown in our lives are not, for some of us, are not meant to be easy, and it's not an easy route to heal or to resolve. I couldn't sit anymore to listen to this or that, these people, those people, these people. They're all evil, they're all out to get us, and there all is an agenda. Sure, there is, but why are you allowing it to write your program? Why? My boyfriend, Mr. Marine, he's wrapped up in the political stuff too, but he's on the other side. He's actually neutral. Um, but I mean, he bats for the other side. Like, he plays devil's advocate a lot. He doesn't see the he doesn't see, he doesn't see the programming. He doesn't realize that he's programmed. Period. And as much as I will tell him, you're watching a movie, take a chill pill, stop getting so like excited over something that ain't gonna happen, and if it does, it's a farce. He still doesn't optically see it. But I'm not gonna, hey, have a good night, Charlene. Sorry, Spirit. Pinky says goodbye, Charlene. Yay. There's a lot of things in my life that I no longer resonate with. And it's not because I don't love the very people that follow those movements. And it's also spiritual. There is a lot of spiritual chaos that I'm picking up on. All of a sudden, and I'm not here to judge whoever people claim they channel. Yes, it is. Absolutely, Greg. I love the people that correspond back with me when I'm in chat and I am able to write in the chat because it's becoming really near impossible. But when I'm there and I'm seeing blessings and I'm really meaning that. And not to exclude anybody, but I really care about the people, no matter what level of awareness they're at, whatever paradigm they're from, whatever they hold in their heart space, I'm holding space for them. Because there is going to be a day where there are going to come to me or to many of you to go, holy shit. Wow. Was I not in that awareness? And I wish I was, and help me. And I will be more than happy to steer those people in the right direction, but you got to do the work for yourself. I can't do the work for you. I can hold your hand a little bit, but even at that, no one held my hand. And it's not to be cruel. It's just to say you got to have the will of intention, the strength within you to push forward for yourself. We are all one. And I hope, and many of you guys that have been doing the work are putting that strength frequency in the ether so other people know that they're not alone, that we are here to help you. We can give you a direction, we can help you with the modality, but at the end of the day, you're the one that has to do it for yourself. I can't ask you to go and sit in meditation. I can't ask you to go paint a picture. I can't ask you to do the cha-cha on the street. I can't ask you to do any of that. But what I can say is we're here when you're ready. We are the lighthouses. And when your light and mine hit and you're drawn to it, I'll be more than happy to steer you and give you the right course. But here's the caveat. Mine might not be your course, but I might be able to send you somewhere else where it might be. A lot of the spiritual community is wrapped up right now with the Galactic Federation and the Atlas thing that's in the sky. I'm not paying a mind to it. I know one of my very favorite channelers is starting to talk about the Galactic Federation, and I'm not about it. Not because I don't believe in it. I just think you're trying to keep yourself relevant. It's ego. Maybe, maybe not. I could be wrong. I didn't listen to it, but I caution there is like Billy, Mr. Ego himself, making declarations and claims that other people have made, and he's taking credit for it, but yet it's not his idea originally. And it doesn't matter whose is, just don't make it yours and then aggrandize off of it and claim it, write books, and sell the shit as if you were the one that invented it. I can't stand when people do that. This work has been in forever. Many of us wrote this millenniums, ages before the deluge. Some of us wrote this stuff. I'm not taking claim. I don't want to. I don't want that credit. It's not my credit to have. It's all of ours. Absolutely. No, you can't make that horse drink. And there's gonna be a bunch of people that are just, here's the thing also with spirituality, because we're all on different levels and we all perceive things differently. Some people like I do this scenario because I used to be a lifeguard. And there's a body of water, no matter if it's a beach, a pool, a lake. And there's some people who will just take the giant leap in. They'll do that swan dive, the perfect dive into the pool, the body of water. No problem, no fear. Here we go. And then you got people that are like, all right, that doesn't look so bad. All right, let me feel the temperature. And they put their toe in and they're like, oh, shit, that's cold. And they step a couple of feet back and you're like, I don't know about this. But now they're seeing other people around them in the water safe. So then they walk up to the deck a little bit more or the beach and they go a little and they put their ankle in. You're always going to get people that do that, that they're not so sure and there's fear there that is stopping them from just going in the pool. For some of us, that feeling it out first is out of safety, not necessarily out of fear. It's like we want to make sure that we're going to be okay. We're not fearful of the water. We know how to swim, but I don't know if my body's going to be comfortable in it. Any scenario you could choose to equate with that water is something you should take in with how people react to everything. You're going to get people that take forever in a day to get it out of themselves, to just be true and authentic with you, how they feel. And you're going to get people that just ah, right. And a lot of us, like I listen, I used to be a lifeguard over 18 years. I know how to swim, but I still have to look at I'm like the I survey the scene before I know the scene is safe for me to go in. Water can look phenomenal, and then there's an element you don't see that could kill you. So I'm always surveying the scene, and then yeah, sure, I'm gonna do a little cannonball in the pool or wherever. But there are going to be people in every facet of that analogy that you're gonna come across. Like Marine is super spiritual, dipping the toes in and like open to so many concepts, but then so close to others. And that's okay. That's what makes him him, and that makes his frequency great. But he's a willing and allowing himself to expand at his own rate. A lot of people in the spiritual community are trying to fast track people that are not ready yet with concepts they don't comprehend. They might talk about it here and there and don't go in depth or don't bring it to a level that people can understand and assume that people understand it and then sell their courses on it for $800. It's one of these things that I know that that's going on in the paradigm because we are being weeded out again. There is waves of this I've noticed where I'm seeing channels and people that I used to follow. I still have them on social media because I don't like taking support away by numbers because I don't align with them. Sure, I want to see what you're doing. You might one day change and oh, I'm going to watch you again. The spiritual chaos is real. The topic chaos is real. The retracting, the back and forth stuff is real, and it's okay to change your perception. Look, we all perceive reality differently. We all align differently with different things. That's what makes us beautiful. But I know a narrative when I smell it. I know when someone's trying to aggrandize off of you. I smell it and I know where the program is lying in their words. And I caution all of you who are just waking up or just becoming in more of the awareness of the programming and the narrative steering that this is one of the biggest tests humanity is facing right now. This is one of the biggest tests. I don't see this anymore as a spiritual war. That's something that came across my ethos yesterday because I was actually questioning myself. I'm like, okay, everybody calls this a spiritual war. Is it really a spiritual war? Or is the war within? Is it learning that you need contrast? Is it learning that you need to feed both wolves? Is it in the awareness that the stories that we told ourselves to keep ourselves safe are no longer a story we need? Our ego clings on to for comfort because we don't know what that difference looks like. We don't know what that feels like. It's just like the pull analogy. I have major change supposedly in my astrology incoming. I don't know what that looks like. I'm open to it, but do I know how that's going to feel? No. But I already did a big change. I literally was forced, spirit and the universe does this to me. They forced me to do shit. I moved out of New York into Indiana and I've only been to Indiana once in my life prior to that. And it was months before I moved. I'm going to go here. Not that I didn't investigate other areas around the country and other places. It's just where I landed. I was meant to be here. I was forced to change. And I don't want to be forced anymore for that change. I want to be able to acknowledge the fact that change needs to happen and then be the active participant in what I'm observing to make the change my highest and best, not just subpar. But all serves a purpose and all has a contract. So we have to realize that we want to manifest $1 million. Well, how does that really work if that's not in your contract? Not to say you don't deserve it or that you haven't had $1 million in your life at some point, but is that your best and highest? Are you supposed to have it? Are you supposed to win the lottery? Or are you supposed to be the model showing how hard work and dedication will help you thrive? And our level and definitions of what that looks like is differing now. What common normal people subscribe to success does not look like that on 4D, does not look on that on 5D and beyond. Yes, I entertain my shadow more now than I have. And I've gone through the dark night of the soul a shit ton. I have done ego deaths, shadow work, the subconscious shadow work. It's not pretty. It is a very breaking down of all your life and literally bowling up and screaming and kicking and crying and getting it out of you. It's a story, it's a paradigm that you're not in existent anymore. If you lived in the here and now, you really wouldn't be worried about the past because it's really an illusion. When you heal it, you ripple that into time space. And now they actually have evidence that when you heal ripples of your paradigm. Let's just say you stubbed your toe at the age of 6 and mommy neglected to help you. And that now sprung up trauma in your brain that you didn't even know you had, but somehow it equated to some trauma that surfaced 50 years later, that you stubbed your toe and that moment came back into your remembrance and go, fuck, that's why I feel so abandoned. What? The healing is a forever thing. But the common thing that I'm seeing right now is that we're still separating ourselves from source. Not you guys so much. I mean, everybody does to an extent. You're still human and you still have this 3D to play with. So don't beat yourself up if you still feel limitation and separation, because it does exist for us. It is discovering the triggers, but not everything we project as a trigger. It could be something happy that triggers us. A smell can trigger you to remember something that happened in your infancy that you had no idea occurred until you smelled that same scent. And you're like, fuck, wow, that smelled really good, but now that's equating with something negative. Your trigger can be anything. And it's how you operate your mind to react to it and how to shift that negative into a positive. Or you can even equate the positive into a lesson. Not everything you were here to sent to do was you as a test. You are the test for many people in your lives. You are the lesson. And sometimes it's brutal. Sometimes you have to be the head bitch in charge and grab it by the and basically put your boundaries up. Basically be that asshole. But you were contracted to be that person for that other self because they needed a lesson. They needed to heal. And it was you that had the best resolve for them. I have so many updates on my phone, and my bubbling in my back of my battery is getting bigger. Shit. I rarely pull these out during a live, but we're gonna get there. Rare. Right. I'm the devil in a lot of people's story. I am the devil. I am this evil bitch. I'm a witch. I'm a this. I'm a that. I'm a who. I'm a what. I'm a Dr. Seuss book. And I'm okay with that. You know, I had to reconcile with one of my exes from 14 years ago. He was the one that ripped me to shreds spiritually. I collapsed when that relationship bottomed out. Bad. And I didn't know it at the time until now I'm more spiritually mature and I was able to have this understanding that I contracted him to be an asshole. I asked him to hurt me in that way. Why would I want to do that? Because if that never happened, I wouldn't be here spiritually evolved as far as I am now. Always a reason for shit happening the way it happens. Because we mostly divinely orchestrate some of the hardest lessons you can go through other people. And until I understood that I asked him to do what he did. I asked him to be that way. I asked him that's the aspect of him that I needed to see to rip me to shreds, to build me back up better, to understand, okay, that's not what I prefer in a man. This is not how a woman should be treated. But now let's define, how do I want to be treated? Where are my boundaries? If I didn't go through that experience and get ripped to shreds and fall on the floor where my angels had to pick me up and say, hey, it's going to be okay. What? And we're better friends for it now. He checks in with me every once in a while, like, hey, how's your boyfriend? Is everything going okay? Like, I'm here for you. He's helped me out over the summer. He's a fantastic person. And it was karmic for us to meet. It was karmic for us. We needed each other. That was our lessons. And once that was over, we could have chosen to never talk again or to reconcile and say, look, I now understand why you showed up for me that way. I'm not happy that you did that, but I understand the lesson in it. And I respect it now than back then. I had no knowledge of it. I just thought you're a horrible person. But now that I see a different perspective and I'm taking the step back and the expanded view back and going, I asked for this. Oh, that's why. No, I don't have to hate him. I can forgive him and let it go. And I'm way better for it because, hey, he's doing great in his life. I'm doing great in my life, and we can talk here and there, and he can check in on me, and I'm happy with that. I don't hate him anymore. I don't think he's the scum of the earth anymore, and it's great. I under it's hard when you're in the moment and even like a year or two out from something that devastates you. Like even my parents, it took me time to absorb their passings, their transcension, to understand like the woulda, coulda, shouldas. In the spiritual ignorance that I was in, okay, I didn't mourn the normal way. I didn't need to. I know they were always with me, but you know, the human part of you in the back of the mind, well, what if you would have done this? What if you could have done that? It- my mom's contract with her was her contract. My dad's contract with his. There's no taking that back. They died when they were divinely orchestrated to transcend and to become spirit. There's no me controlling that. The only thing I could do is control my response on how to react to their transcension. And the harder part was my dad. I was only 22. I didn't know. I was still spiritually developing, but I knew at that point I crossed him over and I did the best that I could. My mom, way more advanced and way more mature, and that was just easy breezy peasy. But it still took time to integrate and embody and understand and align with the why. That's why I want to do the course. And that's why I want people to understand the why is not just surface level. It is deep and it goes in layers. It's that onion or the blossom of the lotus. It keeps unfolding in layers and layers and layers. It layers. It's not a one and done. Most people's healing is not a one and done. It's layers. And every time something new comes up, you have to tackle it again. But at least at that point, you have a higher threshold of awareness to deal with it. It healing is very painful. You can make it that way, or you can make it easy breezy. if you're holding resentment, the what ifs. What if I would have done that? What if they would have done that? Give me a second here. Sounds like Marine's hungry. And I'm not done yet. I'm not hungry. And the pain and the hurt is necessary for you to catalyze. If something happened, you're like, hey, God, this is great. And you're not feeling it. You're bypassing it. That's not normal either. Things happen to you, for you, through you, so that you have that experience, so you gain the wisdom and the knowledge to help others. If you're a service to others, you want, I was told this by a medium, by the way, that most mediums and people that are spiritually opened have harder lives, not because it's a punishment, because the more seasoned experience you go through, the better you're going to have that knowledge and wisdom to aid other people through it, whether it be sparkle farts and glitter shards. For real. If I didn't go through my parents passing at a young age, all the friends that now they're in their 40s and their parents are having a lot of health issues, and there is a lot of trauma going on in those families. I have plenty of friends. I have at least 6, 7 friends that have parents that have Alzheimer's, the C word, um, degenerative issues, and not fun things to deal with. And if I didn't go through my parents' passings and go walk through those experiences, I would not be able to hand out advice the way that I do. It might be blunt and fucked up sometimes, and my friend has told me, Allie, that is crazy, and I don't know if I can handle that right now. No problem. Sorry I mentioned it, but it needs to be said. Tough love again, and not trying to be a cold person, but the world isn't going to stop because your life does. That's a fucked up aspect that we all need to take into consideration. The world does not stop because your life does. And I know many of us who have hit those points didn't get time to process shit. You know why? Because you were in ground zero. Shit happened and you had to deal with it in the now moment, or else you were going to get taken advantage of, or shit was going to go awry. And that's not ever fun when someone's transcending. Seriously. That it sounds cold of me even saying it, but that's something that I have learned through my experience of losing my both my parents. The world doesn't stop. And if I have to rely on myself to pay the bills, I can't stop working because mom and dad passed. I can't be held up in a depression because my bills got to get paid somehow. I am not going to sit, I have life goes on and it's meant to. Sure, pause when you need to, take the time that you need to, but don't let it become a burden. Spirit especially doesn't want you dwelling on that stuff because they're here. Hi, Bob. You missed all of us. That's what you missed. What's up, Bob? Bob, every time I draw some crazy, sexy, angelic card, you're nowhere to be found. Nowhere. You poof, gone. Bob's on, we, not me. And then I got some sexy angel card. I'm like, oh, Bob would have enjoyed that one. Because we love you, Bob. I hope you had a really good birthday. Sparky, I couldn't say that any better. I don't like when people invalidate. I get this all the time. Oh, well, there's someone that has it worse than you. The person in the third world country has it worse than you. Oh, so you can't go to the food bank because someone has it worse than you. Oh, you have that privilege because of your color, or whatever the case, you're invalidating. You don't know what people have been through. You don't know how they absorbed their pain, how they took in their pain, how they integrated their pain. You don't know. We got to stop invalidating. Well, I'm glad you're doing 20 loads of laundry, Bob. It sounds like someone got some water back on. I usually save these for the collective. But I felt very that this needs to happen today. And again, I don't know what's going on this weekend. Besides, I will be at Marine's house tonight because he's going to help me with the presentation. I hope if you're listening. Um, it's just the start of it. I don't have to have it done until the end of this month. But if time is going like this, I got to get it done soon. I'm going to do a Schumann check-in before I read these cards because they're phenomenal. I have to find them anyway. We're in the calm zone. Yay. But that's now all we're going to be integrating the next couple of days. So if you're not sleeping, I've been waking up at I've been going to sleep on the later side, which I'm not happy with. I try to get to sleep around 10 Central. It hasn't been happening. I've been trying to get to sleep by 10:30 Central. Waking up at 5. But in between that, that's my schedule, sleep schedule. Yeah, no, like I woke up last night at 2:11. 2:11, woke up 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And this is not Freya waking me up. This is me waking myself up. I'm going to save this one for the second card because it's a juicy one. Juicy. The archetype card that we have is the sword, the knife, the blade, the weapon. Before I read, as an archangel, the demon hands me the sword and the angel hands me the shield. And they work in unison together. I don't think he is. he's texting me because he's hungry. He wasn't feeling good last night. He's kind of slept all day. So Marine works overnights. So the demon is handing me the sword, and not the demon you guys are thinking, some of you might be thinking of. It's the ones that are working with us to help us. They're handing me the sword, and the angel is handing me the shield. Viking. Whack, whack, whack. They work in unison. And that's what integrated the last gong bath was the light and the dark integrating in my field. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Because there is a gong bath tomorrow. I'm going. To use the sword is to decide the blade separates one reality from another. The choice is made and all else falls away. If you find the sword in your grasp, you can no longer hesitate. This weapon requires a clear and decisive mind and a willingness to act. An onlooker may think the sword bearer is hasty and violent, but the most compassionate and responsible gesture is the one that is honest, swift, and accurate. Our first encounter with the sword is at birth, when the card we share with the mother is cut. This moment defines our separation from her and begins our journey of becoming ourself. We must make these cuts again and again. If we are to grow, decisions shape our life, and the sword is an infamous shaper of destiny, cutting through to what is essential. The Buddhist philosophy of the first and second arrow: swing the sword once with precision and commitment. More than that will be painful for everyone involved. The eternal child, the inner child, the child of joy. The eternal child is connected to the timeless, ageless, and infinite aspects of life. It is radiant and fearless and seeks joy above all else and at any cost. It struggles being bound to any aging body with physical limitations. In a world that demands attention to detail and logistics, the eternal child wants to mix all rules and responsibilities and go beyond what others say is possible. Hi, all. It wants to return with plenty of friends to the land of the free, where divine wine and creativity pour from the earth and sky. We all want to sip from the well of eternal youth, and this makes the eternal child naturally popular, perhaps even famous. The eternal child glimmers. It reminds us of what is possible, what is magical about this precious life. Joyful, playful, accepts all. Magic. The archetype is so spirited that when its appetite for life is insatiated, it seeks spirits and substance elsewhere. The eternal child struggles with addictions of all varieties. Bob, every time I'm on with Marine for you two to meet, you're never on. I brought him. He was at Dana's uh during the Zoom. You missed me, Renee, and Dina together in unity, having fun with Louie Dog. You missed it, but that's okay, Bob. I got angel wishes. I got some rune cards too. A friend of mine sent me some clothes that didn't fit her and some cards she got me. I love that about some of my friends. When they do shopping, like they go clothes shopping online and stuff doesn't fit them properly, they always send me the stuff and go, "Hey, see if this fits." Instead of just sending it back and getting their money back, they're like, "Oh, push it forward." I kind of do that too. If there's stuff that I order that's way too big for me, I will send it to people I know that could use it instead of returning it. Those are two very deep and very heavy archetypes. And I know that that's what's kind of going through the collective right now. There's still people dealing with their shadow and understanding that it's a good thing and not a bad thing, that demons are good things and not bad things, that the devil is just a test and it's not to be taken literal. And you're the one that creates the demons. So learn from them and move the F on. I don't know if we're going to be there for sure tomorrow. So Marine was like super into taking Sparky to Michigan City to this lighthouse. He was like had his heart set on it because he's like, I want to like show her if she's here and she's having an experience, I want to give her a good one. Um and it didn't work out. It worked out the way it was supposed to. But his heart was like, I want to be there. So we might take a trip out there tomorrow, but we're going to a gong bath tomorrow. That's for sure. And I have to stop home to feed Freya at some point. What seems impossible is possible, believe. What you think is what you create. Hi! I was saying this. If you don't believe me, the cards will tell you. Your loved ones want you to live the life you are destined for. Some angel wishes. I need my cord. My phone never fails to like lose a shit ton of battery. Miss B, Miss B, she met Marine. I'm just hoping that JQ takes up Marine's offer before the season kind of gets colder out and does some golfing. Oh yeah, he's definitely he was so into it. He really was into it. That's like something I really like about him. Like he's very thoughtful with the experiences he wants others to have. I like that. Very conscientious. I'm not necessarily pulling this rune cards to have a layout formulation, but we missed you, Bob. I know you've been busy. I'm hoping Roger is okay. I haven't seen him. I know he's working nights too, but man, people are disappearing. Ivy, I'm liking your hair, girl. I just saw if you're still listening. I think Ivy's at a photo shoot, it looks like. Well, that's why I'm going over there tonight. I still have so much to do, but if he's willing to help me with the presentation, and then we're gonna do a gong bath tomorrow night. I need my shit aligned in Dongatomy. And then Paw Palooza is Sunday, and I want to see doggies on parade. So the cat cafe that I adopted Odin and Freya is having this big event. I went last year and I got Freya cat pierogies. And then not they have their pierogies with really cute fabric and catnip in them. And she goes crazy for those. So I hope they have those for sale. And I like the cat cafe. I support my local businesses here and I love, love, love cats. We all know that. Oh, he's a golf nut. Marine is a golf nut. He actually sent me one of his best pictures ever. Like he took a selfie. He doesn't like to take pictures of himself, but the one that he did take, I'm like, wow, look at you, Mr. Golfer. I know that he goes and shoots around. I don't know if he does like a full game, but I know that he's that's like his form of exercise and meditation, and he likes to bike ride and everything. So I'm excited. Good things to come. So pulling these cards, these are rune cards. Rune. This is Isa. And I want to put this as the state of the energy in the world right now. A challenge or frustration, psychological blocks to thought or activity, including grievances. So, collectively, in the humanity as we're looking at it, this card really emanates that both sides are frustrated, whether you're the red pill or the blue pill, or you are the purple pill in the middle, doesn't matter. There's a lot of frustration in the world right now. whatever, be it take a topic that you're interested in or that you take a hard alignment to. We're frustrated. I have to go in order here. Sorry. T was where I think we're going to be heading in the next couple of months. Honor, justice, leadership, and authority. Analysis, rationality. Knowing where one's true strength lies. We're all being tested for that right now, collectively and individually. Willingness to self-sacrifice. This is playing out individually and in humanity. Algiz, protection, a shield, the protective urge to shelter oneself or others. Defense, warding off of evil, shield guardian, connection with the gods, awakening higher self, higher life. This is also collectively, individually, and also nationally. I know a lot of us right now are, people that are in the fear are like, oh my God, the doomsday people had it right. Let me go get my gun and my ammo and my food. And yes, that is needed, but let's not create that reality. Let's shift that reality so we don't need to experience it. We're going to experience things regardless of what anybody of anyone, but I don't need to react to that reality. I can create my own. I know that I'm safe, which reminds me, I got to put in a drawing for my M4 rose that I really, 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 really want. Burkana, birth, general fertility, both mental and physical, and personal growth, liberation, regenerative power and light of spring, renewal, promise of new beginnings, new growth. So once all of this is dealt with, we got Prakana. Chicken! Buck buck. Chicken with the sharp pencils. Chicken, 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 chicken. Buck, buck, buck. Chicken, chicken. Buck, 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 buck. Chicken. It's been so droughty over here that we need some rain. Um, monkey butt is in the way, but we'll get monkey butt. It's monkey butt flying high through the ether. It's monkey butt. Stop taking life so seriously. It's monkey butt. Being cute and cuddly. It's monkey butt. Move your body. Move your body. Butt. Move your body. Move your body. Butt. Freeze. I know people think I'm crazy. I'm okay with that. Cool, cool. Monkey butt jingles. Monkey butt jingles. But I do want to say to everybody as I'm shuffling, thank you for your support and the growth and expansion of this channel. Um, it's a hard knock life, but I like the quantity and the quality of people that tune into the different facets of my channel. I'm getting a lot of my subscribers for Little Thor and Freya. And that's how we got Auntie Amy to come into the chat and to be a part of our little community here. Because she that found me through Little Thor. So you never know. That's why people are like, why do you have that? You can just have another channel for that. No, I'm a one-stop shop. Cute little Freya and Little Thor videos. And then spiritual fun. Mind expanding fun. Okay, so I like these herbal astrology cards. What? No more. I just picked like, I don't know, my favorite stuff out of here. What? Okay. Before I read, we have tobacco, mandrake, psilocybin, and sage. If spirit isn't going, I don't know who is. Don't know. We're going to start with sage because it's the first number that pops up in the book. Blessing. And I figure I like to mix my cards up. We have sage. I have to take a picture of my sage plant. I did not cut anything down yet because I want to make sure that it is thriving. And I mean, obviously it'll continuously grow back, but I am going to start making candles again very shortly. And 'tis the season to blessings, purification, invocation, sacred gift, spiritual cleansing, reassembling emotional body, mystical sight. This is the meaning of sage is to save, an apt name for this powerful and protective herb. Various species of sage can be found throughout the world, and this card embodies the spirit of this precious and ancient plant. First Nations peoples and Native Americans have used sage ceremoniously for thousands of years for inner and outer purification. Sage is regarded as a panacea and employed as a medicine to heal against many ills. It also used as an offering in sweat lodges, wrapped around sacred objects, and placed in medicine pouches. Sage is one of the primary herbs for smudging. Smudging is a sacred ritual practice among Native Americans. It is similar to the smoke practiced in Central South America traditions, where smoke is bushed along the body with the hands, feathers, or ritual objects to bless, purify, and invoke ancestral spirits. Like herbs ruled by the moon, sage is a vibratorily powerful plant that deeply influences the electromagnetic field. Woo! The moon houses our intuition and emotions, and lunar herbs greatly affect tides of our subconscious mind, our emotions and psyche. Herbs of the moon also rule the gut, and sage is one of those allies that not only sharpens the gut feeling and intuitive gateways, it also heals the gastrointestinal tract. Sage, like the moon card, is a tarot, is a great portal to the river of life. The silver light of sage grants us the power of insight while we navigate the darkest hours. Don't get overly consumed by the emotional interplay. Allow it to pass like the clouds. Draw upon the inner reserves of your psyche to navigate darkness and become keenly aware of what is causing inner disturbances. Feel yourself cease and reassemble as you break illusions on unearth hidden truths. Surrender. Don't stand in your own way. Allow the silvery white light of sage to shatter illusions as you undergo a great awakening. Why I like these cards? That's fantastical. Okay, what's the next card in the rack? Tobacco. Blazing says, have a good night, everybody. Yeah, I love sage. Um, I use it in my candles. I also, Jesus Louises, get in there. My monster pencil kit is over there with Monkey Butt. Monkey Butt dropped some stuff. So tobacco is offering power, divine gift, innovation, respect, deep alignment with will and purpose. Astrological ruler is Mars and Pluto. Tobacco is used among indigenous groups across America as an offering to the gods for smoke cleansing, as an offering to the spirits, as a sacred smoke at council meetings, and as a ceremonial juice during vision quests. Widely used by shamans in the Amazon, called, yeah, that's not coming out of my, and I know how to say Spanish words. Tobacco is considered a planta mysteria. These plants are key to protective spirits and important allies and guides in the healing of humanity. Tobacco is a protective spirit given to humanity to enable communication with the spirit world. Tobacco is one of the ultimate sacred offerings to the spirit world. It has been placed on altars and traded among different societies for hundreds of years. It has been used by many indigenous peoples as a symbolic token for sealing peace among tribes. Across time, tobacco has been most commonly used as a smoke, but it can also be used as a strong purgative and an anti-inflammatory. Ta effing da! It's an anti-inflammatory, which further mirrors its Mars energetics. The gods of power are here to serve, and they demand loving respect. Tobacco reminds us to utilize power compassionately. How we use and direct this power determines the quality of life. Offer your actions as divine gift, selflessly in service to the sacred grandfather tobacco's protective and powerful energy. Lovingly opens the doorway to the spirit world to those who ask with humility and respect. Don't allow the illusions of power to ignite destruction behaviors or propel you toward addictive habits. Hi, Kasan. So that is tobacco, or wacky tobacco. Let's go to mandrake. It is. I've actually, when I moved here, when I did my Four Corners, I also offered tobacco. Although what we consider tobacco and what you can find at the stores or even the holistic stores don't really have because it's all federally. So unless you grow it naturally, it really hard. Mandrake, sensuality. Sensuality, discovering new forms of intimacy, finding the inner beloved, expression of healthy sexuality and abundance. The ruler is Neptune and Venus, known as Satan's apple, devil's apple, and man's root. Mandrake is one of the most famous mystical aphrodisiac plants. In ancient times, the dried root was soaked in wine and enjoyed as a love potion, and was believed to be a cure for infertility in women. Native to the Mediterranean, the roots of this unusual plant look identical to a little human, also called love apples. In the Old Testament of the Bible, the golden yellow fruit of the mandrake can cause intoxicating sexual desire. Mandrake also was used in ancient Greece as a love potion for ceremonial love rituals. Fun times. Like in ancient Egypt, the aphrodisiac root was associated with the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Medicinally, it was used as a narcotic to relieve anxiety, depression, insomnia, pain, colic, stomach ulcers, and constipation. Although mandrake has a strong masculine signature, its nature is much like those of Venus and Neptune. Mandrake powerfully shifts the body into a higher state of love bliss under the influence of Neptune, as well as Venus' lusty and sensual energy. Mandrake is here to ask you to find new forms of intimacy. Ask yourself what inspires bliss, joy, and passion in your life. Notice how you relax into flow and more easily attract what you need and desire when you focus on energy givers such as joy. Mandrake is here to assist you in liberating unchanneled creativity and sensuality, releasing energy from the sacral center and activating your pleasure centers to experience a higher form of love. Don't allow unworthiness, fear of rejection, and Inhibition, a pleasure to stop you from experiencing higher love. Focus on giving your gifts to the world with overwhelming passion and opening up to receive fully and fearlessly. Yes, they do. And the last little gem here, psilocybin. Woo! Bum. Commune. Communing with the sacred, connecting to otherworldly energy, remote viewing, regeneration through union, coming together with a tribe, finding cosmic family. La 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 la. Mesoamerica. Oh, this is what I was looking for. My eyes are. I might have found something to help me. Pluto and the sun. Mesoamerican cultures such as the Olmec, Zapotec, Maya, and Aztec have used psilocybin in rituals for over 10,000 years. The Aztec referred to psilocybin mushrooms as something in Spanish I am not butchering, meaning flesh of the gods. They believe Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent and creator deity, placed the mushrooms on earth as a gift. These sacred vision-inducing mushrooms were and are revered by indigenous peoples as a gateway to the realm of the gods and a way to receive deep spiritual insight and inspiration. Los Niños Santos have come to tell you that you have arrived to your place of power. They are beacons of light on earth and offer psychic healing on a collective level. Los Niños Santos are asking you to tune and commune with the ancestors and powers that be to further develop your power. Psilocybin floods our body with light codes, loosening the knots we volunteer to protect through the journey of life. Don't resist the profound teachings. Relax into the higher mind as you commune with its loving awareness. As you find home within commune with others and experiences that support you, connect to nature and the extensive community of energies that are lovingly there waiting for you and your conscious arrival. Commune with the spirits and channel the wisdom provided with the sure-footed spontaneity. I have never touched that stuff. Personally, I did Timothy Leary. Pinky! Pinky, 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 pinky. Pinky! Yes, Mandrake is also a dragon. I love, 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 love those cards. Love. Bob, I hope you didn't leave. I'm gonna pull the sexy cards now for you. Not the sassy, the sexy. I saw your name, Bob. I'm like, oh, Bob's still here. Let's get him in some sexy time. They're really angelic cards. Whoever illustrated these, I'm not a fan of, but that's all right. Oh, come on. One sexy card for Bob tonight? No. Bob, now that you're on, the sexy ladies didn't come. One did. As I keep dropping my earrings. Okay, she's the sexiest one here. Indra, you're a light worker. God needs you to shine your divine light and love like an angel upon the earth and all of its inhabitants. It's a little sexy, Bob, a little clothed, a little sexy. We got Fiona. Now that you've asked the angels for help, be open to receiving divine guidance and assistance. You deserve heaven's help. Fiona is not as sexy. We have Celeste. A happy a happy move to a new home or place of employment is in the works. This movement will usher in positive new energy. I am not going to lie. This has been in my astrology. Janine even picked it up in the Akash. Look at that little sexy lady. You know, I'm trying here. Aurora, you are flying high right now, which may threaten others. But don't descend because others will soon become inspired by your example. A little hard to see that one. And we have Mr. Archangel Michael for us ladies out there. I am with you, giving you the courage to make life changes that will help you work on your divine life purpose. Ta-da, Michael! It's going to threaten it with chicken. It was. Didn't happen. Oh, Bob. Well, let's just say everything has a reason for not happening and for you to find something better. You know, and then sometimes what's interesting is like there was a house that I really, really enjoyed and I like felt really good vibes off of that was closer to Jason. It was a cottage looking kind of house and I really liked it. But someone bought it and then it went to shit. And I think they're like fixing it up again. I don't know. You know, I think a lot of real estate people like invest in properties to sell them again. You never know, Bob. Everything has a purpose and a reasoning for happening. It might suck and you might not agree with it, but take it for what it is. I think there's going to be more availability in the next couple of years. That is going to be a better fit for most of us if we wanted like I want property. I want a range on my property. I want to be able to go without having anybody call the cops. You know, safely. I've always wanted on. I want a place to have food and land and not have to worry. But it's about finding the spot that's resonance is fitting yours. And I also feel right now with the things that are going on in the undertow that energetically a lot of the land has to get purged of the poisons and the things that are a detriment to us. You know what's really interesting today? That this brought to my mind saying that. Thank you, Bob. I was talking to the librarian at my school. I have class with her in the morning with my kiddos. And we were just talking, and she goes, You know what's really interesting? Our town is surrounded by golf courses, and a lot of our kids have issues. And she's like, I'm equating a lot of that to the chemicals that they spray in the grass that's going into the water. And my gosh, I was like, oh, right on, sister. Super young and like, but like she's pointing it out. She's like, oh yeah, they a lot of these golf courses have fake grass and they treat the grass with chemicals and those chemicals spill out into the water systems here. Yeah, think. I'm like, I don't drink tap water. Everything is either distilled or filtered in my house. I don't even my shower has a filter on it. Yeah, Bob. I a lot of people just invest in property and then they don't have the money to pay the taxes on the shit. And I'm hoping that it depends on where you're looking for property and the state you're looking for property in to determine the taxes and if there is any, because we still have to play by the system. We still have to play by their rules until the rules go bye-bye. And we are eventually going to see this. I'm glitchy. Am I glitchies? Every day I'm glitching. Every day I'm glitching. Every day. Put my work shirt on. I'm going to be right back. I want to show you guys. I keep saying I'm going to do it and I don't do it, but I'm going to keep my word today. I'm going to bring down Dragon. Maybe that little fucker will wake up. I also have to go potty. Be right back. It's Mr. Dragon and Mr. Bear Angel. And I have a lot of shit on the side of my nose. Put my glasses back on so you don't see it. It's Mr. Dragon! The little bushy tail. Mr. Dragon! Yep, this is my dragon. This is from the Lunar New Year dragon. And then I got him a little partner in crime. You're going right there, Mr. Dragon. Don't go nowhere. Wake your friend up. Yeah, okay, so one thing we all know about me, I like plushies. But when I saw that one, it it's it was the year of the dragon, and it was a red dragon, and I really, really liked it, and I couldn't say no because I like plushies, and that's a cool one. And then when like Halloween comes out, I like to put them in the window to show everybody. I have a bear that is like a witchy bear. It's really cute. We have Thoth, divine magic. The teacher awakens, the student becomes the master. Rama and Sita, holy union, soulmate connection, romantic opportunity. Gaia, of course, resilient spirit, earth connection, stay rooted in trust and faith. Isis, reclaiming magic, call back your power and what is rightfully yours. Interesting. Interesting, Scott. Yeah, but that's my dragon. He's really cute. Um, I'm a very big plushie person. If I give you a plushie, you're very special to me. Reason being, I used to do this at work. When I noticed somebody was having a lot of anxiety, like holding something and squeezing it or like putting it to your heart is a, sometimes you don't want somebody hugging you, you don't want somebody's frequency on you, but you need a hug, but you can hug yourself, but you can hug a plushie. Um, I like plushies. You're very special to me if you get a plushie. Because I think hard what I'm going to gift you. Like animal wise, or spirit animal wise, like I really take consideration what resonates with me. I mean, that's a perception about Krishna. That's not necessarily like, is that accurate? In one paradigm it is. Just like Hillel, Archangel Hillel is the shadow part of me. That's Lucifer. Am I a bad person? I would hope not. you know like you gotta take the labels that you equate to beings and entities and energies and like look at it as an energy. No, I'm serious, Sparky. I gift stuffies to people. Like Dina has, I got her a Snoopy one. I'm like, I know it seems childish to a lot of people that I do that, but there's like a lot of thing and a lot of depth and meaning that goes into stuffies. Um, if you look at if you don't look at it as a commercialized materialistic object, when we're babies, we are given stuffed animals. Why? Are they toys? Are they comfort? Are they a bit of both? Most babies learn their social interaction through their toys. There's a lot of psychology that goes into toys, but nonetheless, what is the things that you gift your kids when they're babies? A stuffy. I have a child in my room that is like super, super brilliant and super smart and loves the plushies that are in the room. He always goes for Mr. Moose, Mr. Tiger. He loves exploring play through those animals. He loves holding them. He gets his anxiety relieved holding them and squeezing them and like loving on them. What happened when we became adults? We lost that sensitive touch that's soft. Even though chicken is awesome, you know, with like the you know teddy bears and stuff, like you have to ask yourself like what deflects you from these, because they're immaterial objects or because these serve a very important role in your life, believe it or not. um I got Dino one with his aviation. It was like a collector's bear that Build-A-Bear did, and I got it for her birthday. I'm like, you have to have this, Snoopy. I'm sorry. But thinking at the breaking it down at the inner child level, um, the essence of these things are immaterialistic. They don't have a soul. They're just a creation. But if we look at our childhood and see if we had anything that we connected to and made a friend and made a comfort, I make them my comfort now. And no, I don't have a room. I have a bean bag full of stuffies. I display them around the house. No, I'm not holding them and walking around. But I know I playful with them. I want to keep my inner child as long as possible. And not to be not an adult. Obviously I am, but I want my playfulness to come out, and those help me. I don't think it's a bad thing to have a stuffy. I think if we look at the root of that alone, it's something inanimate that can help us in many, many multiple directions. So don't discount them. And Maureen said, sorry, Sparky, I might check in after my walk. Maureen goes out on a walk every night. He's very active. We have Ariel, sacred activist, protect what is right and just, let love lead the way. We have Michael again, spiritual acceleration. You're experiencing spiritual upgrades, move forward. We have Uriel, learning experience. Take time to review, study, and hone your knowledge before proceeding further. This is very important for many of us who are listening to other people. Even the Dark Chosen One videos, I mean, a lot of them now are becoming very recycled through AI and whatever the guy uses. And other channels are also like it's a profit. But at the same time, there's a lot of good stuff within the junk. You have to pluck that out for yourself. I'm My heart goes out to you, Kassan. I still have my very first teddy bear. It was a Grun teddy bear my dad got at Christmas. Before they knew I was being adopted and they got it for me before when they found out they landed me. It was just a matter of being born. It's not to say like to what, like I use them for fun, but like I use them for decoration. But I see the innocence and happiness that it gives a kid and how much it helped and served me as a child. Those are usually your very first besides your parents, you cuckooing and cockeying in front of your parents when you're a baby mumbling. Your stuffed animal was your like safety and security, depending what era you grew up in, if you had them. These things help us and shape us, believe it or not, in very deep psychological ways. So I still like to have them, and they're not going nowhere. Metatron, heaven to earth. Your current situation is in alignment with your mission on earth. Good son, I'm going to do this for you. We're going to talk to heaven. And this is for anybody that has a loved one on the other side. I have plenty. I think that when I was talking about my mother earlier, I think the hardest thing for me to get over my mother's transcension was that I couldn't call her on the phone. Like I had a good day at work or I had a story to tell her. And that was my thing. That was my ritual with her after I got out of work. I'd call my mom to say, hey, I'm on my way to the bus stop and here's what happened today. And I caught myself a few times when I went back to work after she's transcended. And I had a hard time like taking the phone out and calling my house going, wait a second, there's no one home. Yips. Oh, that's awesome, El Sunray. You see, I'm not alone in gifting stuffies. I think it's important. Like, I think Maureen thinks I'm crazy for wanting to go to Build-A-Bear, but sometimes there's really good stuff. TY babies are always my fun. I like to I have a sloth, but I like love sloths. I don't know if you're ready for these, son, but I know other people need them too. I'm going to draw two, so I don't want to overwhelm you. And I'm going to do the one I picked first. I'm going to do this. And it's okay if you cry or you have some tears. And I want you to full-heartedly believe this. I am standing right next to you. Amy. We love you. Tell Rob I said hi. As you're reading these words, so am I, because I'm right beside you at this moment. I do respect your privacy and free will choices very much. If you'd like me to give you some space, just say the word and I will retreat. But for as long as my presence comforts you, I'll still I'll stay nearby. Time is very different where I am now. So I'm no longer in a hurry. Hang on. Do I need to multitask? I love when you talk with me. And I hope you trust the answers that I send to you through your feelings, intuition, thoughts, and dreams. Our relationship can become even closer now because my old ego defenses aren't as strong as they used to be. I have finally opened my heart fully, and now I can love you as you deserve to be loved. I am standing right next to you. For whoever needed that. I'm going to find the other card. I watch over you every day. Believe me when I tell you that I hear every one of your thoughts and know all of your life's desires, goals, and accomplishments. We have such a strong soul connection that part of my desire here is to watch over you there. Even though I can't take your test for you or interfere with your free will, I am sharing your space and am always influencing you to do the best that I know you can do. I help bring into your life those important learning opportunities your soul needs in order to grow. Think of me as your guardian angel. We share life together. I am the light that goes before you. Behold, holds your hand and shows the way. So don't be surprised if a thought about me suddenly comes into your mind, seemingly at random. That is me standing next to you. Another confirmation, letting you know that I am still with you. These cards, when my mom passed away, were very needed and very helpful for my healing journey with her. Even though I have a different perspective of passings and death and transcending and all of that fun jazz, these cards were very integral in me communicating with her until I heard her voice and felt her energy. Try not to yawn in front of you, Scott Pace. You have to remember, spirit is always a thought away. It's always your loved ones are entangled to you. You chose them, they chose you. You're not going anywhere. Just because someone physically transcended doesn't mean that they're not right here energetically. I showed you guys through channeling my mother a few months back. It was a first for her and a first for me. I get messages from her, but I don't have that two-way, like medium back and forth jargon. But I do get a lot of messages from her. I feel her. I feel my dad. Both my parents hold my hand because those were the last two things that happened before they transcended. My dad, I moved on, and my mother, I also crossed over. I crossed over AllyKat. So our archetype cards were pretty spot on with the energy out in here in the ether. Hi, Speeding, and hi, Ethereal. What's going on? Welcome. Making weird noises. I'm going to do some animals. Please make sure you hit the like. I get a lot of people that view my channel and don't like. I need energy exchange at some point. Oh, that's awesome. I like chilling. Got my coffee that's pretty much done. I'm sad. Though if I make another one, I'm not going to eat Marine's dinner. He's not going to be happy. He tries. We have a twofer. Oh, God. Amy. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear. Okay, the first card we have Dog Spirit. Be loyal to what you love. What do you love? Skunk Spirit. Know your worth. Know your worth. Don't settle. Don't allow the outside world to dictate to you anything less than perfect. Sorry, Amy, you got off. Spider Spirit. Make your dreams real. So Amy definitely got a real deal scare the other day in her house. She was freaking out. She sent me a picture. Hi, Furious. Night. Well, welcome and thank you for coming. We have Vulture Spirit. Nothing is wasted. I keep pulling this for everybody. I pulled it on Craft and Sip. All right. For those of you that are new, I do some weird shit and funky. Chicken! Okay. Chicken. This is chicken. Chicken resets my camera. And this is Pinky. We have Koala Spirit. Spirit has a plan. Damn, better have a plan. Look how cute the koala is. Mr. Koala. And then we got Plumpkin and Buster. That's Buster and that's Plumpkin. I'm going to finish this. So I have to put my light board to this so I can get this font onto here. And then it's going to be finished. Yay! Oh, thank you. I'm authentic. I walk my authenticity real and loud. Um, I live my authenticity. I am my authentic self. I don't shy away. I don't care how weird I am because there's other people like me out there that shy away. Do not shy your authentic self. Those people who tell you otherwise, because they don't matter. They don't matter. Those people don't matter. We love them anyway, regardless, because we're all one and they are a part of us in some capacity. But you could be over there. Quantum mechanics, you are entangled to shit and good stuff. And it's up to you to resonate and flow with what you want to observe. You know what I don't want to observe? Assholes. There's a lot of them out there. I'm an acorn small, round, and lying on the cold, cold ground. Everybody steps on me. That's why I'm cracked to see. I'm a nut. I'm a nut. I learned that in high school. I don't know where that comes from. I think a friend made that up. I don't know. I'm not giving anybody credit for things I don't know, but I love it. We have a lot of loving people in this community. You will get love bombs and helloed and blessings from everybody under the who's alive in the chat. Double slits and check out my quantum AI and metaphysical ponderings. Things are speeding up. Things in the paradigm are definitely speeding up, but I always postulate caution. Everybody is going to feel a certain way about the med beds or about the technology. And I am tending not to stick in the going to the negative human side of my brain first because that's a program that we've been steered to our whole ethos. But let's be rational and logical, right? We are the med bed. I have shown myself that I don't need medication for rheumatoid arthritis, that I am able to get past my pain without medication. I do everything holistically for the most part. I'm not perfect. YOLO in this body once. So I'm going to enjoy it the best as possible, but in moderation, of course. Um, I just wouldn't put myself in something that I'm not 100% sure where the frequency, the intention, and if it's the right harmonics and octaves of the wavelengths in the ether in the third dimension, not being entangled to other negative, dastardly things that want to distort you even further than you already are distorted. We have believe. Be open to all possibilities and opportunities. Let go of preconceived ideas. There is nothing to fear. You are constantly surrounded by love. Start to believe in yourself and trust your instincts. Wondrous possibilities and opportunities abound, provided you are flexible and retain an open heart and mind. All is possible. Prayer. Dear guardian angel, help me dissolve past guilt or regret. Help me to see that all is always in perfect and divine order. Help me to let go of the fear that I project on my future. Help me to live fully within each precious moment and feel your eternal love within and around me. Help me to realize and fulfill my true potential. Thank you. Mm, yummy. I will do that, Mr. Greg and Miss Lisa, when I have a moment. Love helping people through their journeys. Love it. Love, 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 love. And if we haven't seen today's uh cover, I asked the AI to put my one of my pictures. Obviously the one that I have with my middle finger is offensive to Chat GPT. And I had a better picture of myself, but I wanted the Edvard Munch scream, the existential crisis, as me in Gothic garb, obviously. You know, I'm still wearing black. Um, 90 degrees almost today, Northwest Indiana. Cray cray. And then my friend, she sent me a Wu-Tang shirt. She's like, you need a little bit of Staten Island in you. Girl, I'm gonna rock that shirt tomorrow. Wu-Tang for life. I'm not really into rap, but I grew up with them. So thank you, Lady Katie, for your beautiful Wu-Tang shirt. It has a Japanese artist on it. Really cool. Original Shaolin here. I'm from Staten Island. 39 years. A Staten Islander. I represent Shaolin. Met Method Man a bunch of times. My friends used to work at Spencer's, and I was the one with the car that picked them up from the mall. And he used to go in like right before the mall closed to go do his shopping so that no one would like, oh my God, it's Method Man. And yeah. And everybody in my store was cool. So yeah. I'm trying to get my cousins who live in the boogie down Bronx to get me some stuff, but they're not getting it for me. I never really get this. Hmm. This is the first. Me touching the card and I'm getting like multiple woo vibes. But we got Iwas. And we're gonna stick with Iwas. I'm gonna end this very soon. Because I got a nice ride drive. Nice. Honestly, I have my channel is going to be 4 years on the 11th, and I don't remember when I started doing lives, but I've had my channel for 4 years, and I never needed to have mods, and I have Scott and my friend Buckshot, our friendly, lovely friend Buckshot as mods. I think I only had one infiltrator. And they get paid. I know that because I was trying to get a job as a mod, to get paid for moderation. You know, um, everybody here is really angelic in nature. And we got enough demons in here. Hi, demons, because we know the real term of what that is, myself included. Um, FAFO. You don't want to mess with someone's spiritual rank when you don't know. Yes, we're all one. Yes, we all emanate from source. But if my life is 28,628 years of densified lives, and I FAFO'd in every cycle on this realm and density, I have some kind of rank there that I was awakened and given the information to impart on other people. There is a little caste system in the spiritual realm, but that's not to take to ego. That is just to say, fuck around and find out because you don't want to know when you're messing with somebody and you have no clue. You might think they're horrible, low-life human subjects, and yet they're high-ordered ranked angels. So there is a lesson of treating everybody equally with love. Oh, yeah, yeah. Bob, have you watched the Dark Chosen One videos from the universe, the Wisdom of the Universe? You should watch those. I'm not about the non-dual philosophy, Kasan, and I'll tell you why. I'm into divine neutrality because I know that good and evil exists. I choose to take the middle path to source to see beyond it. It is a necessary thing we contracted into to have experience, lessons, learnings, teachings. And with that contrast, like I was saying earlier, with my picture, before I read the rune card, you would never see the animals that I drew on here if there wasn't black and white and gray all over. This is contrast. It doesn't, the black makes the white make sense. It makes the drawing. You need both contrast. And when in living in a third dimensional space, which we are in 3D, third dimension, yes, consciously, most of us are 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. But their attitude on like you're nothing and something at the same time equates in the quantum sense, but some of the philosophy and political agenda that's written in there I don't agree with. You own nothing and be happy. Well, that'd be great if my bills were paid, if I was fed every day, if I had a roof over my head, because this is modern day times. This is not when I was a Buddhist monk in the, sixth density dynasty of wherever I was in Tibet. It, life is different now. If you don't have shit, you're in the middle of the woods and good luck. No one's going to hear from you if the bear doesn't eat you first. You know, no, we're all equal. And that's why I'm not I got away from the politicalization of our, it needs, I mean, we're going through a whole rewiring of the system, and a lot of us are here to do that. The problem is we're still in contrast, and you have to see beyond it, understand both sides, and understand without emotion, detachment, that it serves a purpose. Whether you like it, align with it or not, all serves a purpose. God is not just the light, it's also the dark, and you need both. If you only were the light, you're blinding everything. No one's going to see anything. If you're too in the dark, you're not going to be able to light up the room and you're going to be lost in the void. there's an in between, and the pendulum swings. If you read the Kabbalion, you need to come into a balance. But you also have to understand your definitions. Is it a third dimensional dimension of definition of your words? Are you treating everything that's happening in the paradigm outside of yourself as a concept of 3D? Or are you alchemizing it, elevating it, and redefining your beliefs, your words, your feelings, and your messages to 4D? Or are you expanding it to 5? Rethink dimensionally and densified. We are always in the wave function. And then we have an octave of resonance that we sit at. And that shifts depending how we are feeling inside of ourselves. But we at a level have a resonance, a frequency, and an oscillation point that we sit at in our electromagnetic field. But in order for you to get out of the programming and step outside the hologram for a little bit, to have the larger picture be shown to you, is to really let go of the idea that any of this is real and it's all an illusion. Yes, materiality is real. I'm touching chicken, right? Chicken! Buck, buck. This is chicken. He's real in terms of a creation that somebody made for me. I could feel it. It has substance, it has texture. Okay, but does that define my reality? Contrast is absolutely necessary. And when you get out of the feelings, like you learned your lessons, you know that the evil exists. Now, are you letting it rent space in your head? Or are you a part of formulating the new, what spiritual people call earth, which is not new? We're just bringing in a paradigm of a higher density experience consciously. We're still in 3D vehicles. Yes, and this is healing, by the way. I got severely hurt at work. Doesn't hurt, but my hand got pinched in a handicap door that I will very much be using next week. Yay! My school corporation better be on awareness that I am looking for a lawyer. Not because of this, because of my circumstances. Anywho, Earth School is the PhD version of most of us are here to ascend, to get it all done in this lifetime, in this vehicle, in the here and now. Your other selves, your higher self, your oversoul, your celestial self, your light body, your angelic self, your other dimensional selves living right now in different paradigms, different wavelengths of experience, oscillating and frequenting at different levels. They're all you. Some of those portions are merging back to you. That's why a spiritual person will tell you to get all your fractals back. It's aspects of you that you need in order to shift forward. And that in the Schumann resonance, that's the purge that we're experiencing. We're getting rid of the things we're merging with that don't serve us. Goodbye. But we need certain aspects of those things to move forward. This is why it's so hard for a lot of us. Neutrality. It's seeing a bigger picture. It's seeing, instead of looking at the eagle eye and looking down at why everybody's playing the role that God appointed them to play and how they're playing it, because we all orchestrated this. You're now taking the eagle and you're taking it a little higher and a little further back to see an expansive picture. In 4 or 5D, good and evil is defined differently. aspects of what we are perceiving and going through here is not how it's perceived and viewed from above. It's a whole different component of things, and it's hard to wrap your human mind around because even I, who can take myself and project myself in another body or my life body and look down at a situation, I'm still in this consciousness. So therefore, I perceive my reality with these two eyes and not the expanded view because I'm here and limited. Third dimension is limited and there's separation and limitation. The more you stop separating yourself from God in all things, the second you stop limiting yourself and all the other selves that are with you, you get those epiphanies even higher and faster and broader and stronger, and you start elevating. The minute you start separating, that little quirk and the gluon and the muon, it's dropping down the fret of that string you plucked on the guitar. Everything is layers. For my own self, my philosophy to those of you who are new or don't know me that well, I perceive my reality and feel it and experience it uniquely to myself. No one else in this paradigm, besides source and the entanglement thereof, is going to have the same exact feelings and experience that I do. You could be next to me in a car and you're experiencing, seeing, and feeling differently than I am. My neurological system, my biological chemistry is different from anybody else's. We all have a unique fingerprint and it's unique to you. Therefore, what I feel and depict in this world might not be yours. My construct might not be of yours. I'm here to help you expand. Think outside of your paradigm or expand on a concept. I'm not here to dictate to you how to feel. I am not CNN. No, thank you. I want you to drop into your heart space. And if it fits, it hits, it sinks, then it's yours. If something is amiss for you, it's not for yours. Does it mean it's right or wrong? No, in my paradigm, there is no right or wrong because each and every one of you perceives reality differently. The serial killer who gets his jollies off murdering, he might actually see that as a good deed. In his warped way of thinking, he really feels that what he's doing is great. Where we perceiving it as, whoa, no thank you. Politically, many of us are on one way thinking or I chose the red pill this time. Okay. And other people chose the blue pill. Does that make any of us right or wrong? We're just perceiving and feeling our world differently. So I want everybody to understand, I want you to think for yourself. If what I am saying is not landing for you, that's okay. I don't want everybody agreeing with me. That's not how the reality works either. All of us contribute our frequency, our wiring, our electrical systems within our bodies. We all have a serve a purpose. And if we were all the same, it would be rather boring here. Horribly boring. I don't want boring. I want fantastical. I want sparkle sharts and glitter sharts. Glitter farts. Glitter farts. Sharts. Unicorns. Dragons. I want things to be fantastical. I am not the only one that wants the fantastical stuff, but obviously I'm one person and that reality is not here to come into collapse in the wave function yet. I have not cohered that wave function to collapse in 3D. That cohesion doesn't say, I love unicorns, but do I love them enough to collapse? Are they collapsing in other paradigms that I'm living in? Sure they are. They're already existing. They're flying. They're having fun. Your soul, your spirit, the collective consciousness, the ether, the photon plus energy plus consciousness, photonic light is us. Now, your vehicle is just an expression of a little micron of the totality of your soul, your consciousness. You're a part of all consciousness. Yeah, I was saying earlier, you are the planet, you are the blade of grass, you are the mountain, you are the other worlds, you are the Alpha Beta Centauri, you are all things. You are the fire, you are the wind in microns. Little pieces of you are flying everywhere. You shed your skin, you're everywhere. You're made up of the stardust. You're everywhere and everywhere. You're everywhere. But what is conscious is making up this vehicle in the now moment. When you have multidimensionality of thinking and you can think and get the snapshots and understandings that you're not just in this vehicle, but you're in multiple vehicles and you're having multiple expressions of experiences and you're in different places and different paradigms and different adventures that you're having, it gets complicated to explain. I know it's mind warping. I mean, that is a perception that you can own too. Um, Hi, Scott Andrews. Absolutely. Thank you for showing up. I'm not going to be staying on much longer. I have a nice half-hour drive, uh, and a dinner, and then hopefully getting my presentation started. Maureen, if you're listening, explored at least. I might bring my laptop. We have Iwaz, tree, you. This rune card is associated with endings. But with any ending, there is always a new beginning. Something in your life is fading away, but is being replaced by something stronger and more relevant. Let's hope so. The card is linked to the symbolism of a yew tree, known for its strength, endurance, incredible longevity, and ability to regenerate from within its own trunk. If you draw this card, you need to allow aspects of your life and yourself, your assumptions, to fade away naturally. Be patient. Just let them go and allow new life to take root. While ending and death is a dominant theme here, this card is also about endurance and dependability and the excitement and possibilities of rebirth. You are transforming from the inside out and should not fight this process or try to breathe life into what is dying within you. That's your ego. That's a tug of war going on. We are entering a phase of renewal, strength, vitality, and personal power. Claim that shit. Claim it. Claim it. Claim it. I love Arnie. Your decks are fantastic, but they don't like to come out of the tin. Oh, thank you. I do craft and sips on Tuesday. So I do the same, just about the same thing. I talk, I rant, I rave, I go over the Schumann resonance, talk about the collective energies I'm picking up, and but I craft. I am an artist, so I do make artwork, and you're more than welcome to come back. Fridays is usually a thing here. We have a beautiful community of angels and souls that join us. Um, so thank you for coming. As Miss Allison is over 2.02K subscribers. Wow, who would have thought? That's big accomplishments for somebody on a channel like mine. Yay! But I do thank everybody sincerely for coming and showing up and supporting me. It's been a journey, still pushing through, still pushing through, but I'm really excited. I want to get that process started on getting the journal sorted out. I want to be able to get some of this artwork and help people, but do it in a way that it's, I'm getting compensation back because I do have to start making more of a living. But at the same time, I'm not gouging people's eyes out with $500 for this. And no, 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 no. I don't like that. And I don't find that authentic to my residents at all. You're good. Thank you so much for showing up. And I really hope that you felt your mom next to you and coming through my cards. Um, I am a night dweller, and that's what I do. So this is from Arnie Layton Zach. Check out the link section after I end this live because his cards are phenomenal and he's pumping out a lot of work and they're phenomenal. Check his work out. This is angel number 452, a sign from the universe that life changes are coming your way. More changes. Symbolizes wealth, abundance, and success. Your dreams and goals are manifesting now. Look, and it has a number 17 on the bottom. Look at that. Ooh, 17. 808. You are on the correct path and you're supported by your angels. You are in spiritual awakening stage. Luck and abundance are coming. Also, to caveat this upstairs, when we say awakening, there's many layers of that awakening. It's not just a one and done process. And I know El Sunray, myself, Ashmaya, Sparky, Scott Pace, and a few others have been through this journey and process. It's not an like it's over always. You're always awakening to something new. You're always expanding to something bigger and better. Your awakening is in different levels of facets. Is it philosophy? Is it physics? Is it spirituality? Is it politically? Is it economically? Is it tech? You can expand in any one of those realms, but you're not awake in certain others. So awakening is an always forever process. And I don't want people getting lost thinking, oh, you're awakening. No, you are awake already. You're just expanding your thinking. Expand your thinking. Angel number 123. You are progressing on the right path. You are moving in positive growth in spirit and your life path destination. I'm sorry, I know there's a glare on his cards. Angel number 444. What you have been preparing for is finally coming to fruition. The angels are with you. Look for signs all around as the angels are giving you messages. Absolutely, Sparky. And that's I don't like the spiritual awakening label because even spiritually awakened people are asleep to a lot of different things and they're stuck in their one thing and that's it and they won't move to expand. That's why for myself, I'm all about expanding everything that I can get my hands on. your your picture you just sent me, Sparky. That's so me. Literally. Let's check the shipment before I pull the last card. Okay, we're in a calm. We're calm, but we have all of this to integrate, and we're starting to spike in the high resonance. Every day I'm upgrading. Every day I'm upgrading. Buckshot! That we're calm-ish. We still have a little purgy going on right there. A little tiny bitty itty bitty guy. We just went down like 0.2. We're at 8.07 frequencies. I don't see any time dilations or any of that. The electric G field, E field, little itty bitty bitty itty bitties. So we're going to be integrating this stuff in. So buckshot. Buckshot, I'm glad you don't live on the damn coast. You don't need your house being taken away by the ocean. Goodness sakes. The last card of the night before I close. I don't know what my schedule is like this weekend. I will be with Marine tonight working hopefully um doing some of my presentation or looking into like just getting that started. Um hopefully tomorrow as well. I'm going to the gong bath tomorrow night and then Sunday I'm hoping to go to Pawpalooza with the animals. I want to see the kitty cat and the doggy parade. I don't care if I go by myself. I want Freya to get the kitty cat pierogi catnip toys because those are really cute. I don't know where the hell she hid them all, but and maybe hopefully I can get Marine. I'm gonna bring my laptop. I usually don't, but I might bring it. I might get Marine on Zoom for a little bit. Say hi. I don't think so. Scott Andrews. Honestly, I'm gonna say this. I think Buckshot's with me on that. Mr. Former Staten Islander himself. It would give nobody a purpose to ride the ferry besides going to work, and sometimes those tourists are really fucking funny to watch. Ah, um, just saying. It's interesting to see people around the world on the free ferry that goes right past that statue. Whether it be good or bad, it's all of God and it all serves a purpose at some point in life. Um, though I'm going to say that I hope not, as a reminder of the fuckery that goes on in this world. I never pronounce this properly, so I'll show you. There's no, nope, that's hidden. It's clean. Do not turn away from your path, nor from what you know in your heart to be true. No matter what appears to be, nor what logic may dictate, trust what your heart is telling you. Always go in your heart space. You are safe and protected by spirit. You are spiritually empowered with all you need to manifest your authentic and soul path. You have what it takes to connect with light and live that connection in practical ways, which contribute positive energy to our human collective. I'm still here, and I used to take the ferry every day to work and to school. Um, Not to lie, I wouldn't even be worried about New York. I'd be worried about Gary, Indiana, and how many people are trafficked from there. That's, I think, a little worse. Yeah, I honestly don't think it's going to come down, and I don't know. I would rather have that as a relic of what we overcame and what we stood up for against than to have it implode. And then the poor fishies in the middle of New York Harbor get crushed. I mean, it could be good coral. It could turn that harbor healthier with all the copper in it. This is for you, Mr. Scott Andrews. The Oracle of the Oberdire, however you pronounce that, is about becoming a sacred rebel, giving up faith in the ways of the world and embracing the ways of spirit unconditionally. That means refusing to torture yourself with horror stories that society and your own mind conjure up from time to time. It's true. This guidance is encouraging you to connect through your heart with the spiritual light, wisdom, and guidance within. The oracle asks you to believe in the power of spirit to show you the way through all troubles. There is a message from our loving universe for you. You will feel it in your heart. A vibrant and powerful personality may feel initial resistance or confusion when asked to become soft to the ways of spirit. Yet this sort of obedience is not about giving away your power or becoming someone you're not. When you are receptive to spirit, we become more unique, not less. This oracle asks us to get out of our own way. Often we make things more difficult for ourselves, even when our intentions are good. This is because we see things from a limited or partial perspective. This is what I was talking about earlier. This does not mean we should refuse to act at all. It just means that we practice sensing and following spirit by tuning in to the heart. We will act from a more centered and wisely guided place. Our actions will be more likely to hit the mark. When we flow with the greater wisdom of life, far-reaching positive consequences awaken. Recognizing that spirit is wiser than your own personal opinion is the prelude to true awakening. The more awakened we are, the more genuine benefit for all beings can unfold through our endeavors. To be clear, the guidance of this oracle is not to hand over your power, nor to seek out spirit to, to tell you what to do. It is always up to you to exercise your free will. and live your life as you choose. Sometimes the responsibility behind such freedom might seem too much, but this is our task as human beings, to our own freedom and exercise it with wisdom and delight. When you trust your courage more than your doubt, you will be ready to listen to spirit and act on what you perceive. You will be capable, willing, and ready to live a life of light on this earth. You are also encouraged to ditch, as my teeth, the drug of doubt. Doubt undermines your confidence and sends you on a mission to gain approval before making every decision. Approval can become the hit that alleviates doubt temporarily, but it prevents you from building the strength you need to listen for your own spiritual knowing. You have it within you to be spiritually sovereign. This oracle asks you to recognize your inner potential and to practice trusting yourself with your capacity to respond to life's unpredictable happenings with soul honoring integrity. That's right. So I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up. You guys are phenomenal. I've had a long day. Been up since 5. I got up at 2:11 this morning. Freya was not involved in that awakening. Sometimes she is. She likes to sleep on me. And sometimes her murder mittens gets a little too caught up into my skin. Hurts. Um I know in a few days I will be starting the expedition of cat sitting for almost a month. I'm not a happy camper about that because no one asked me my opinion on it. But I love my friends and I'm going to do what I can. But it's going to probably expend me a little bit more like the last time. Uh, I will hope to keep my schedule as is. Of course, my weekends are wonky. I'm still catching up from last weekend, but Sparky was absolutely worth it. Hopefully I get to mow my lawn at some point before I get a fine. um, what else? I will try to take some pictures of the cat. If I get to go to Petapalooza, I will try to get as many pictures of cute little animals as possible. Gong Bath is going to be really fun. Um, the energy is crazy. Ground differently. You don't have to ground like everybody tells you to go outside and put your feet in the grass. Obviously, if I put my feet in the grass right now, I'm probably going to get ticks. No, thank you. But that source of grounding doesn't really help me. I like to take a bath and put some Epsom salt and some detoxifying stuff in there and put my Bluetooth speaker to it and play pure tone hertz. It isn't for everybody's ears. It's not easy to listen to, depending on the hertz. But I like to detox to that. Get ground as you need to. I know that I'm being ripped in different directions, like the little shadow bitch cunt twat waffle. It's here. I'm getting short and sassy, but that's something I need to integrate and to alchemize and to bring into alignment. Um, I will be live on Tuesday. Hopefully, I can start the flamingo. Well, I started it, but we'll get more of the background and some fun stuff in there. Um, I'm hoping to finish Marine's Babies this weekend. hopefully. And I can't wait to celebrate 4 years with you guys. I don't know what day is the 11th. Hang on. Let me see if I have a calendar somewhere on this damn phone to see. It's a Saturday. I have the Stargate meditation, and maybe after that, I don't know, I will celebrate it on the 10th. But this channel's turning 4, and I'm going to be upping up a tier. You don't have to join. I'm just happy you guys show up. It's just another way of helping me because this job is we'll see what happens. But sending each and every one of you love, like a passion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Know that you are allowed to see your reality the way you see it. There's no right or wrong. Just expand and be open to expansion, meaning I still learn and expand and change sometimes the direction of my thinking. I think it's healthy. I still need to go apple picking. I do. Oh, there's plenty of more, Furious. This is a little taste. I am hoping to get more of the Curtis books out. We're getting, unfortunately, we're almost at the end of both Inner Radiance and The Voice of Isis. I'm very sad about that. But there are a few more books that I have that I'm going to see if I can get out to you guys. Your Rancha is still going, but Owaspy is almost finishing up. And be the lighthouse for other people. Welcome them with open arms, even if they're super polar opposite from you, because you're going to help them. Sprinkle and seed your truths respectfully, because not everybody is where you're at, and you have to respect that. It's all God, and it's all part of its paradigm. Love through it. Light that path forward. Stop looking back there because it's an illusion. Live in the now moment. Make sure that you are bringing in every day gratitude, knowing that the paradigm is going to change. How do you want it to change for you first? Because it's going to change for everybody around you. We want to be authentic. Claim your shadow. Be your authentic light. Period. Do you to its fullest. If that means you have to be an SOB, or that means you have to put a boundary up and have a hard no and be blunt about it, love and light isn't always the answer, and it's not going to solve the world's problems. Coming from a place of neutrality and tackling it how it needs to be tackled is another story. Just make sure you're coming with good intention, with forward thinking. Don't allow the world outside of you to rent space up in your head and to allow it to dictate to you how to feel and how to respond. I know a lot of people are getting sick and tired of this back and forth ping pong match that's going on politically and with what's going on in the world. I don't allow it anymore. It doesn't pay my bills. It's not putting food on my table, so it has no hold on me. If you're going to listen to it, objectively listen to it. Don't allow it to absorb in your system until it heart aligns with you. Those books are phenomenal. And let me tell you what, it was written all the way back in the early 1900s, and it's all literally about now. For sure. So please have a safe and beautiful week. I hope to catch you guys on Tuesday live. Again, thank you all for being here and contributing to the beautiful community and welcoming in the new people that are showing up here every week. It's a blessing, and it's not just me, it's all of you. So I'm blessed to have each and every one of you in my chat and helping, healing, and answering, guiding people, sharing your stories, sharing your opinions, sharing your frequency out. It's needed, it's wanted, and it doesn't need to align with mine. But I love having good banter and debate. I love expanding minds. And that's my one of my soul's purpose here. If I could talk. Um, Maureen just got back from his walk, and I'm gonna close up shop and get over there and see what I can do. So until the next time, guys, be safe and seen wherever you are in the world. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And until the next time, guys, have a blessed and beautiful night wherever you are, and see you in the next one. Bye for now.